Welcome, everybody, to our latest session of the Restoration of Cariele. As usual, we'll go ahead and start off with a recap. The recap, of course, will take us through what occurred last session, and then we will jump into this session proper. I got fixed my technical issues with my microphone, so hopefully sounds just like it used to, right? But yeah, we'll hopefully see that in this week's recording. All right, recap time. So, team, you'll likely recall last week when we started off, you guys were in the midst of a battle with a greater basilisk, a very large basilisk. You had found the basilisk around sort of a bend in the tunnel. You guys then found yourself in this battle. The basilisk itself had both a turn you to stone potential from looking at it. Its gaze doing this effect. And in addition, it had the ability to use a poisonous breath weapon, something not typically known to basilisks, but greater basilisks, one more fun tool in the toolbox for them. So you guys were fighting this creature, trying to avoid looking at it when you could. Some of you did decide to look, just because not looking made it very difficult to hit it. And a couple of you were on the verge of being totally petrified, but eventually, through a tough battle and some decent tactics, the creature was defeated, and then the partial petrification was ended. You guys then mused that perhaps this would mean that the previously petrified creatures, like the bugs that you had spotted before, maybe they would all not be petrified any longer. However, Celine was able to recall, based on some knowledge that she had read in books, that that was not the case. So you guys did eventually see that those bugs were still petrified. After having defeated this creature, you guys decided to, if I remember correctly, I think you guys decided to take a short rest here, recuperate some of your wounds and so forth, and then we're trying to decide where to go next, and ultimately decided to try to make your way back to the area where the Grell was, to see if you could find the Grell and defeat it once and for all. You also had considered another thought of defeating the Orogs, killing the Orogs off and getting rid of them. You haven't been able to track the Grell down so far, so it's a little bit of kind of searching around for him, as well as then deciding to kill the Orogs. Once again, there was some debate about, do we tell them, hey, you guys got to go, or do we just attack them? Tavern, being a dwarf, was pretty insistent on, yeah, let's just go ahead and kill them. But as you guys left this area with the greater basilisk, you did kind of just poke around the other areas here. One of the passages led to a very thick, sort of supernatural kind of darkness. Particularly, Gordon was able to tell that this was affecting his light. So he was able to see that his light that was emitting from his spell wasn't nearly as effective that way. But dark vision seemed to work okay. So strange, but you guys decided not to go that way. The other two exits off of here, one seems to be just like a long winding tunnel that continues to be a long winding tunnel as far as you guys have seen it so far. And then the third way out of this area was through the giant slugs, where there were some acid vats and there was sort of this like acrid taste and smell in the air. You're certainly getting the strong suspicion that it's going to get more acidic if you travel in that direction. So with that information at hand, you guys did decide to turn back, make your way away from that web chamber and start going down the long tunnels once again. As you'll recall, the long tunnels were about 2 miles or so of just long, narrow tunnels. Some of them kind of wind a bit. They back on themselves where you're kind of like looping. It's not a straight line for sure, and there's not only one way to go, but you can in general know that you're going roughly the correct way based on your affinity with moving underground and having done this for a while, and keeping your bearings, that sort of thing. There was some question before if there was any chance of getting lost in this area, and the answer was possibly, but not very likely. So you guys were a little bit concerned about this as you're making your way back. Eventually stumbled into a very large set of bones. It was partially jutting out from the rock wall. This was spotted first, I believe, by Tavern, who kind of was, leading and checking out different areas. Noticed these bones poking out in different spots. The size of this creature is absolutely massive. You guys didn't inspect it too much. You kind of just looked around, see if anything, significant jumped out at you or something really obvious. It didn't. But this creature looked to be some kind of almost like a giant deer, perhaps, would be your best guess from what you saw. But it didn't seem to, be anything exotic or odd from a, like, it could hurt you perspective. It wasn't moving, nothing like that. So maybe just an oddity. So once you guys passed that by, you decided to continue on. You made your way back through the ghost troll area, climbing down ropes once again, made your way past the waterfall where the gold deposit is located, and then came back around and decided to make your way towards the Orogs this time. There was some debate about which way to head towards the Orogs, whether you guys were going to come in from the northeast or whether you were going to go the original way you came in and try to knock through the rock wall that they quickly erected there to stop your progress. Eventually, you guys decided to go from the northeast so you don't have to deal with that wall. As you looped around and started getting closer to the Orog chamber, a plan was hatched of using invisibility on Tavern and then having him sort of go in, scope the area out, and then perhaps come back with a more specific knowledge that you guys could make a game plan on. Fortunately, that did not go as the way as you had hoped, as Tavern pushed into this area and got closer to one of these long ledges, he quickly found himself under attack by the Grell. Subsequently, searching around here, you guys have been able to determine that the Grell must have come in here and killed the few remaining Orogs that was here at one point. You did make a point to specifically look for any remains that would line up with what you recall the Orog shaman or chieftain or whatever he was, but didn't find those. But you did find some bits and bobs of what would be sort of remnants of a corpse, chewed things that certainly line up to the Grell having eaten the Orogs. But when you guys ran into that, or Tavern did at first, he found himself in a little bit of a bind. However, his defenses held tightly for him as the Grell had some difficulty getting purchase. Tavern then alerted the rest of the team, who started making their way in. The Grell used its same old tricks that it's been using a few different times, dropping a fog cloud, trying to stay within that fog cloud, attacking anybody that got close, backing away and repositioning the fog cloud when need be. Most peculiarly, however, was this time the Grell was able to be both invisible and have a fog cloud up at the same time. And for our spellcasters that are knowledgeable about this, they will know that both of those spells are indeed concentration. So a little bit of an oddity. Maybe some of you were thinking that perhaps there was another spellcaster in this area and kind of looked around, didn't find one. Or, there's certainly other ways that that's possible, but you're not quite sure how the Grell managed it. But yeah, you guys fought the Grell as it sort of was kind of tactically retreating. At one point in time, it had Cerilia grabbed and started pulling her back through to the larger area, the living space of the Orogs. Eventually, realizing that it was outmatched, it decided to just full-on retreat. So it let go of Cerilia and then tried to move away and try to do everything it could to get away from Cerilia. And it was able to put a decent enough distance away from her that she wasn't able to get up real close to it the next time. Also, again, narrow, twisty tunnels. Wasn't exactly clear where the Grell had gone, so it wasn't simply a point A to point B kind of chase. Eventually, we had a few different sort of highlight moments here with Celine using some fly magic to allow both her and I believe Blixel to fly. So that certainly helped moving around the area and making it easier to try to keep up with the Grell. Celine also did a counter spell to stop the Grell from using a spell at one point in time. However, as the team continued following the Grell down one of these narrow passageways, it eventually slipped past a rock wall and then presumably used magic to make itself invisible. And as the team came around the bend, they didn't see the Grell, and they tried to chase it down with Blixel using Dissonant Whispers a couple of times, knowing that he didn't have to be closer to see the creature, but he had to be within a vicinity of it. He doesn't necessarily know this, the character, but as we did the rolls, players know that this actually affected the Grell twice, but both times the Grell maintained its concentration on invisibility, so it didn't become obvious where the creature was, and the creature eventually got away. So the Grell, where exactly it went, the team doesn't know at this point, but to add insult to injury, it also picked up Tavern's grandpappy's hammer that he had dropped back in the previous room as just like a final, middle finger to the team before it fully got out of there. And team, that's where we left off. So you guys are currently in that chamber, and we will pick up there today. Is there anything I missed in the recap that anybody would like to add? Okay, hearing nothing, it sounds to me like everybody is ready to go. Let's go ahead and deal out a card to everyone.
Did we vote for 2 or?
Two.
2, 2, 2.
I'm hearing 2 votes for 2 and silence from everybody else. Okay, there's 3 votes.
Let
2, 2.
chaos reign.
Yeah, I was neutral on it, so I wanted to see how other people responded. But looks like we've got 3 on in the general chat. Well, it says 2, but 3 with Mr. Blixel's vote there. So
Okay, so everybody has their 2 cards. Take a moment to read through those. Let me know if any questions. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So let's bring the team back to where we left off.
whoa! I got the you found a magical hammer with your grandpappy's initials on it. Oh, what a wonderful card!
Bill's Luck 2.0.
Yeah, it has nothing. Says nothing like that, but you know.
All right, team. So you find yourself in the Orog living area. As a reminder, you guys have poked around here a bit and you have discovered some odds and ends. Namely, you can find some, basic kind of tools. You can find, some weapons, if basic weapons are something you're after, maybe spears, perhaps even something a little bit more significant. Nothing magical, obviously, that jumps out to you. You can certainly spend more time searching through this place if you wish, but that was sort of your cursory look. If they have a ladder here, it would probably be something in the vein of like a small kind of box that might be able to get you like 2 feet up off the ground. No, like actual long ladders.
Is there a place? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Serena.
I just said bummer. Can't walk around with a ladder.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
Is there a place, Adam, that looks like we're a shaman or a chieftain's tent? His area, his specific area?
Ooh, throw me a blind check there, Gordon, as you search around this area and look for any kind of significant stuff that hangs out here. Yes. So as you're kind of poking around this area and you make your way over here and then up here and then down over into this section, this tent or this hut over here, I will say you notice it is more vibrantly decorated than some of the other huts in the area. There is more like bones kind of stitched into the hut. There is even some strange like ink markings on the tent itself. There is some of these like bones and sinew tied up onto the roof of the hut, hanging down. It has a very like witchcrafty vibe to it.
Psst, hey guys, follow that red arrow and get over here.
What's going on over here?
Look at that hut. I think this is the chieftain's hut. It's got all the fancy stuff on it. Hey, dude, you in there?
No response to "Hey, dude."
I say, hey dude, you in there in Orog?
Oh, still no response, unfortunately.
I think the girl killed them all.
Let's look in there. I'm gonna peek in, Adam.
Okay, so you pull back this small flap of the hut, and inside is sort of more of the same. I will say you also notice there seems to be some strange, like, jars around here. You notice a mortar and pestle in one area, a very crude one, looks to be made of bone. There is certainly some odds and ends around this area. What might be important or interesting is hard to say, though, but if you would like to make a check, Gordon, and see if anything jumps out to you.
Maybe can Serena? Can you go in there and see if anything's magic?
Ooh,
Gordon,
sure.
you have no clue. This whole place is alien to you.
It looks cool. Serena, do you see anything cool in here with your magic awareness?
I'm also more familiar with Orog culture for some reason that I can't quite put my finger on.
Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Oops, that was the wrong thing. Magic awareness. There we go.
Okay,
I
you
will-
open your awareness to any magic in the area, but you do not detect any other than what is on your companions.
And nothing else of note?
There is odd things here for sure, Serena. Go ahead and give a blind check as well, as you also now try to look around and see if anything makes sense to you. There is certainly what you would assume to be kind of more like alchemical kind of things in this area. So, looking around, you notice that one of them looks to be a vial of poison based on what your guess is when you see this. It certainly kind of has that sort of tone to it to you. You also notice that there is another bottle that almost looks like it is filled with ink. This also seems to be perhaps of interest and not just mundane kind of garbage.
I think we should take these things, but I don't know what they are.
Ah, I love it. You gotta take a souvenir back. Hey guys, look what Serena found. A jar of ink and some poison.
Don't get the two confused.
All right, those are the two items that you have discovered. You can add them to your sheet just like that.
I can't believe that thing got away again.
Me neither.
Well, at the very least, we know that it's on the run. I feel like we could get our miners in here to start getting something out of this place.
I vote for that too, but I think we'll be able to convince them.
Yeah. They're gold obsessed. Did you see the looks in their eyes? It's like they were on drugs.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Hey, let's go out the way they barricaded and make sure that area is clear.
Okay. You got your work gloves on?
Uh, no, we have Tavard and Serena. Tavard, do you have your work gloves on?
Always have my work gloves on, because you know why? I'm always working.
I can't believe that thing stole your grandpappy's old hammer, too.
It had my name on it, my grandpappy's name, my dad's name, my great great grandpappy. When I find the thief, I'm going to make sure that it has its skull on it.
Yeah, maybe it's writing its name on it right now.
I hope not for its sake.
That could be something we could use, though. I mean, do any of you have one of those find an object kind of spells?
Yeah, I asked, but the DM didn't let me have it last week. Something
No.
about being a monk or something or whatever.
I'd have to pray about it. Maybe. I could locate a creature.
Ah, well, that would work, too.
Well,
Anyways,
I gotta pray about it. Ask the DM all that.
Well,
yeah,
the truth of it is, I kind of wonder if maybe there was something else hiding in there. I mean, I don't see a Grell grabbing my hammer.
maybe you think he has an accomplice, or it has an accomplice.
Or maybe something came creeping in after us or something. I mean, who knows? But I can't see a Grell saying, hey, I love that Warhammer. It was running away.
So maybe the shaman is here right now. Why would he show himself by stealing your hammer, though? That's a bad suggestion on my part.
Well, I did steal their horn. So, maybe it's tit for tat kind of thing.
Oh, and Blixel, I just did a quick prayer to Sarah, and yeah, I can locate an object. I just need to, rest and really focus on it and have it prepared after a long rest. But yeah, she says that I do have that ability.
Is there any distance on it, or is it like anywhere in the globe?
Hold up. I'm sorry. What was that, Tavard? I was talking to Sarah. What was that?
Yeah, do you have a distance on that? I mean, say my, say my grandpappy's hammer. Say it's like 100 miles from here. You still able to find it?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Sarah. How far away is my locate object? And she responds, 1,000 feet.
You're on speakerphone.
Oh, sorry, Sarah. We're on speaker. With Tavard. Oh, just joking. Yeah, 1,000 feet is what it says.
Yeah, 1,000 feet. That's not too big, but it might be big enough to find that hammer, unless they've run out of the cave with it. Well, I do feel like we maybe need to prepare a little bit more for this thing. If we are going to fight it again, I don't know. How do you all feel about that?
Fighting it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
coming back.
Yeah, we're gonna kill it.
I say we stock up on stuff because now we know it goes invisible. It does that fog stuff, tries to grab us, and apparently it can go invisible and have the fog at the same time. So we just need to prepare for stuff like that.
Yeah. Now I'll prepare to find your hammer, buddy.
Thank you.
Luck is on our side. We'll find a way.
I mean, it's not magical, but it is sentimental, and it hits pretty good. Have you seen it, right?
Oh
Seen
yeah.
it hit pretty good? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, recently it's been doing pretty good.
Yeah, something about having advantage when I go into defensive mode. I mean, it's great.
No, believe me, that object is familiar to me.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get a little fire going here while you guys clear out that rubble.
Well, let's just see if they're holed up in there. Maybe there's some stragglers. I'm not saying we clear the area, but just clear that section.
So it sounds like your intent is to try to start clearing off these rocks and rubble and so forth to try to open up this passage.
Is that the? Hey Adam, can you see my ping? Is that where and we initially encountered them? They ran this way and hold up everything here.
As far as you can tell, yes.
Okay, then yeah. All right, I'll help. Sure.
All right, so as you guys begin this process, pulling off a rock, and I imagine you're kind of like maybe throwing them over into this corner kind of deal, just getting them out of that way. This isn't going to take hours, but it probably will take you a good 20 to 30 minutes to clear this all out. Are you guys willing to spend that time?
Yeah, because if the shaman's invisible, his concentration might expire.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Well, if he does that, he's probably not here in this area.
So whether you're partaking and helping moving these boulders or just watching other people moving these boulders, man, that looks really tiring, right? Serena, can you play card number 2 in your hand for me, please?
Boo. I think that's the one on the right.
Yes.
Oh no, she has to.
Yeah, two bad ones.
Which red card it was.
Yeah.
Maybe.
After I voted for 2, I immediately regretted it.
All
Which
right.
one, Adam?
So this question is, or this card is, how much longer can we go? Each group member gains 1 point of weariness. So yeah, very tiring work here dealing with boulders or watching other people deal with these rocks and things. So as a reminder to apply that, you're just going to up the red. Let's see, for everybody except Gordon. Gordon, I think yours is still set to speed for some reason. Let me fix that. Oh, right. Now I remember. I don't think we've built this in for you quite yet there. So let's... Oh, actually, yeah, we did. Okay. So ignore that rambling. Now you have your red bubble set to weariness. You can just increase it by 1. Same with everybody else. Just increase your red bubble by 1. If it was a 0, it should be a 1 at this point. And then I'll just throw out a reminder that if you should happen to get rid of this point of weariness, reminder to set it back to 0. Don't clear it, because then that will break on the character sheet. So, all right, you guys have applied that. I'm going to remove the card. And about 30 minutes have passed by, and yes, you do indeed manage to clear this section out. So I'm going to go ahead and move these rocks, and then move the dynamic lighting.
Well, since we went through all the effort, might as well go.
Good job, guys. I was sweating just looking at it. All right. Does this look familiar to any of you? I wasn't with you guys when you came up this way, I don't think.
No, I think it's going to look familiar to us in just a few moments, though. Yep. I know where we are.
Is this where that eyeless one was? Eyeless Orog?
I'm going to point over. Over there should be a big hole in the ground. Yep.
Yeah, where's that hole go?
Yeah, that's the one that goes down to that place where we got that robe.
And Blixel peers down the hole.
With his dark vision, he would be able to see a rocky wall that goes down to another flat area and see some rubble aligned there. Almost looks like two maybe like stone or cobblestone structures that have collapsed and are lying on their sides.
Creepy.
Yeah, when we were down there, we saw a tunnel that went down to like lava. That's pretty cool.
Huh? All right.
As you make your way here, you notice you had spotted this on your way through the previous time. The ground here is still broken up and difficult terrain due to that magic that was previously cast. It looks like there was never an intent to make this easier to traverse. It is possible to like work the ground to fix this, but that was never done.
Lazy Orogs. Can't even clean up their own house.
Now you're starting to sound like Tavern.
Bastards.
All right, looks to me like you guys' intention is to keep heading south from here. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think is our intention to leave the caves now,
I
guys?
think we have to. We have to go back to town and get stuff.
Adam, can you show us that handwritten map just so I can kind of remember where which direction we're going?
Absolutely. Yep. So you guys have just gone through, so you'd be coming out on this side at this point.
Yep, pretty much. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure we weren't walking into something we forgot about. So.
All right. So it sounds to me like you guys' plan is to make your way out of here and the most obvious way, like this. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, you guys spend maybe 30 minutes or so following this path, being careful, keeping your eyes peeled, passing through this large section of the glow fungus. As a reminder, this is just a fairly medium-sized cavern that is filled with a lot of different plant and mushroom-like growth that gives off this kind of strange glow. But you pass through it, much like you have in the past with no issues, and you exit from this area, finding yourself back above ground. As you do, it would be either late morning or early afternoon by the time you emerge.
All right. So we head back to town. We get the mining crew together and get them set to start going.
Pick up some potions.
Yeah, I don't think we can let this Grell just be. It's too much of a black mark on our record.
Gotta appreciate a grill who eats Orogs, though. But other than that, yep, it's gotta go.
Yeah, it also ate Dean.
In the
I
name
was
of
sticking
the
to the good points.
All right, it sounds like your path is set. So, team, you start making your way back to Carolinian. You'll recall that it takes you a little bit over a day to go from Carolinian to this entrance underneath the Stone Crown Mountains. So, being that it's late morning, early afternoon at this point, you're probably only going to be able to travel for 4 or 5 hours, something like that. And then you'll have another probably 5 hours to travel upon the next day. Anything special anybody's doing other than just beating feet and getting back as quick as you can?
Does anyone have the ability to identify the ink?
Well, Serena said it wasn't magical, right? I mean, I can take a look at it, but I don't think the identify spell works on
Oh, it's not magical?
non-magical items.
doesn't have that usual glow that you see when you
Yeah.
try to find one.
Well, does anyone have a piece of paper? Maybe we could write a note and see if it's fancy ink.
Not me.
I can supply you with some parchment, but sure.
Okay.
Here's the ink.
Okay. So Blixel will take out a quill and write his name on a piece of parchment with the black ink-like substance.
Okay, so as you open the sealed part of this container, you notice a very odd and pungent smell is emitted from this, much stronger than what you would expect from ink. Are you still trying to dip into this?
I guess not. Does it seem familiar in any way, like the smell?
Give
Sniff it.
me a blind check here, Blixel. On this map, as a reminder, I think we've got your tokens just hanging over to the right. It does have a little bit of like a polish smell to it, like boot black. It has like that kind of an odor to it.
Oh, this is boot polish.
Oh, cool. You got some boots you need polished?
Sure. Metal boots. I guess that won't really work.
No, it's for the leather kind. That's the shiny kind.
What about you? You got some boots?
They're definitely leather.
Yeah, shine your shoes before we get to town. Make them look all nice.
I'm gonna try shining my shoes with the ink.
Okay, and you have leather boots, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah,
Fair
they
enough.
probably never been polished ever, but
All right, so yeah, you take this container from Blixel and you kind of like goop it out because it's not real liquidy, so it kind of comes off a little bit of like a thick substance. But you imagine, kind of like tap the bottom of the bottle like a ketchup bottle, and you manage to get some of this out. Are you using like gloved hands to apply this? Do you want to use like maybe a spare cloth that you can just throw away after? What is your intention there?
definitely a rag that I don't need.
All right, fair enough. So you either have a piece of extra cloth or you tear something out, no worries there, and you apply this into your boots, and yeah, it works into the leather pretty well. It does take you a little bit of time to do this, maybe 20 minutes or so, but once you're done having shined up your leather boots, I will say they shine like they are brand new. So these look great now.
Whoa. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, they look great.
That's crazy.
A little tender loving care.
There's probably enough of this stuff left in the bottle to do one more set of boots.
I think I should give this to Marina.
Yes.
Fancy.
I'm sure she has like butlers to shine her boots and stuff like that now. Unless you want to
anybody
suck
else
up to
wanna
her.
look nice? Anybody else?
They're all gonna get scuffed on the way. I'm not bothering to polish my boots. I'll just stand guard.
Well, when you put it like that, now I feel dumb.
Well, you found it. You save it for yourself. Maybe you can use it for something else.
Yeah, and if a goblin comes, you can just say, "Look at my shiny boot" when you kick him. It'll distract him.
All right, with this task complete, I assume you guys are making a line for Carolinian, yes?
That's
Yep.
the way my feet are moving.
All right, you guys travel for about 4 hours or so, making your way over land. It is not dark at this point, but you can see that the light is certainly starting to fade. So you can tell, the sun's up and kind of going on the downward side at this point. But yeah, you guys are a bit tired. You spent some time adventuring. You spent some time traveling. Unless you're willing to risk exhaustion, for most of you, this would be the time you would want to make camp.
Radio check.
Yep, we hear you.
Oh, I was talking. Did you hear me about the boots and everything? No.
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 Oh, okay. I'm up now though.
You want to polish your boots?
Yeah, I was thinking because you gave me this cloak that never gets dirty. Now I can have boots that never get dirty.
I was gonna say that cleanliness is next to goddessness, so maybe you would want them.
Oh, that'd be great.
Here's the rest of the ink.
Sweet. I'll do it during my short rest before I go to bed.
Smart.
I think we're gonna make camp here.
Yeah, it looks good.
All right, you guys are currently in the plains in Cariele here. You have left more of like the thick wooded area that's more to like your southeast. There's still some more trees here, but as you guys know, the logging guilds have done a pretty good job both in Riverford and Melivienne of cutting the trees down. Mountain's Edge is still more wooded than the other two provinces, but this area, again, more like plains. You can see that there are areas of tall grass here and there, but nothing unusual, not like you haven't seen before. So as you guys are making camp here, I know you guys have two-person tents. Are you guys intending to do like a campfire here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and all right, you guys get set up, perhaps grab a bite of a ration, get some water from a water skin, and the last couple of hours of light are going to fade here. So Gordon, looks like you want to take a short rest. Is there anybody else that wants to take a short rest during this time?
Yeah, I'll take one to get rid of that wariness. May as well.
All right, so the two of you, go ahead and reduce your short rest by 1. I will post short rest for both of you.
I'm gonna do a short rest as well. Actually, I'm gonna do it to get spell slots back.
All right, I've applied that for you as well, Blixel. Go ahead and reduce yours. And feel free to recharge what you need to recharge for that.
I'll take one too.
All right, short rest for Serena as well.
We just get him back in the morning, right? So there's no reason not to.
You will get them back in the morning. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm assuming you guys are going to post watches. That seems pretty typical for you guys. You have intent. Like, does it matter what your order is of watch?
I'll go first because I needed light, so I'm gonna use my lights. But yeah, I'll go first.
Okay, so you're by the campfire. Are you also keeping your light going here for this
Yeah,
time, Gordon? Okay.
yeah, I don't see why not.
All right. So yeah, I think this only lasts an hour. So during like a 2-hour watch, you're probably recasting this once or twice, just to keep it going. Go ahead and throw me a blind check as you do so. As you're by the campfire here, the tent's set up around you, there does seem to be a little bit of a chill in the air, Gordon. This seems not, I won't say, magical or supernatural or anything, but it does seem a little bit unusual, right? I mean, what is unusual in a fantasy world is hard to say, but just something about this seems a little bit off to you. The tall grass that's kind of nearby your tents, you can see it rustling with the wind, but you peer your eyes that way, you don't see anything there.
All right. Just button up my coat.
Fair enough. Yeah, and then you let some time pass. And who would you like to wake up second?
It's going to be Serena. Psst, hey,
All right.
it's all
I'm
clear.
up.
It's cold out there. Just it's button up.
No worries. I can take it.
All right, good luck.
Okay, Serena. So as you wake up and get ready to do your watch, you notice that the fire is pretty low at this point. Wood is not plentiful in this area. You would have to go a little ways to get some wood. It'd probably take you 20 minutes or something like that. Are you wanting to spend time recollecting wood to get the fire going again, or not too worried since you have dark vision?
How cold is it?
Let's see. For today,
Oh wait, my friends all have those like winter tents, right?
they do. So inside it's decently warm. Outside, it's actually still decently warm. I mean, for this time of year, you're probably looking at like mid 40-degree temperature at this point.
It's nothing. Especially not for us cold-blooded folks. So, I'll just stay. As long as it's not needed for warmth, then yeah, I'll just use my dark vision.
Okay, fair enough. And blind check from you as well, Serena. Okay, so yeah, you're out here. You're keeping your eyes peeled as best you can. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. You're standing kind of close to these tents. But I am going to go ahead and put you on a different map here, Serena, because as you're standing and kind of scoping around, you're looking in this vicinity. You turn around, kind of, looking one direction, look the other direction for a little while. When you turn back to look towards your east, there is a person standing about 15 feet away from you, looking at you, and you see he's got a finger to his lips in the shh gesture. So I'm going to move you to a different map.
What?
Isn't that what the ghost kid did?
You got a stalker.
Wait, what ghost kid? I don't remember the ghost kid.
In our old hamlet, there was a ghost.
Oh, there was a ghost.
All right.
It's a ghost.
Serena, your companions are currently sleeping. Companions, I put you in tents based on my best guess that you guys have said in the past. So if you don't like it, you can decide tomorrow to sleep different places, but that's where you're at this moment. I will say cautiously don't move your tokens because this map is set up where you could move through the tents. That might become important later. But so don't move your tokens if you're inside. You should be able to tell based on the door icons where the flap is If you push out in a different direction, essentially what I'm going to assume is you've cut through your tent, right? You're breaking it to get out. So with that in mind, Serena, you notice this individual. You can see them standing about 15 feet away from you. And as I mentioned, you see the finger to the lips in a gesture.
I'm going to take a step forward. I do have my hand on Shipwrecker.
When you say you have your hand on it, tell me what that means.
That means I'm holding it by my side.
It's in your hands like it's ready to be used for combat.
Oh yeah, but not using aggressive body language just yet.
Okay. I think I'm following you. Okay, so it's there, but you're not like readying it and pointing it towards him.
Yeah, if I was standing guard, I would have it ready to grab. So I definitely
Okay.
grab it. Because I'm very startled by something or someone being able to creep up on me this closely. And I'm going to say, not at like a super loud volume, but at a quiet volume, like, they're not going to wake up. What are you doing here? Who are you?
They said that we would have to do this with violence, but I told them I didn't think so. I thought that we could come to an agreement without it getting violent. I hope that you will agree, and you approaching and treating with me is a good first start.
Who are they?
The ones that are around. You see he motions with his hand, sort of in like a circular gesture. There are many. Don't do anything to startle them. I don't want this turning bloody.
Are we staying in a place that we should not be?
Oh, no, I'm afraid that is not why I am here. But you asked my name. I am Gelbranthus, though you can call me Gel if that is easier for you. And you are?
Serena. But you can call me General Serena.
General Serena. You see a look of like kind of startlement or puzzlement maybe comes over him. I'm afraid I do not know of what you speak. You are General of what?
Cariele.
How peculiar. This I did not expect, but I hope that bodes well for this conversation. I suppose you want to know why I am here.
We're just passing through. I'm not recognizing this as the kid from the camp, from the hamlet or anything, right?
You have never seen this individual before.
Okay, and he looks to be like an actual human.
I would say based on the bend of his ear, you kind of get the impression he's likely a half elf, right? He doesn't have
but he's
that
not he's not like incorporeal or anything.
No, he looks living flesh and blood.
She's haunted by ghosts.
Okay, so I'm happy to discuss whatever you would like. I'm curious how you crept up on us so easily.
It is what I am trained in to do. To get the drop on folks, you might say. Make sure that they don't see me before I see them. And it has worked in this case, though not always. But let us get back to the matter at hand. I have been sent here by my master to ascertain your involvement in the recent events. Do you know of what I speak? The blackness, the dark cloud?
No, not at all. We've been in the depths of a cave for quite some time. If this is recent news, please fill me in.
It is somewhat recent, but the way it was explained to me, for I did not see it with mine own eyes, it was described as a cellar, and 2 beds, and 2 individuals lying on them, a darkness growing between them, and something emerging from that darkness and grabbing those two and taking them elsewhere. While in that room there were others. I was explained a woman, whitish hair, short of stature. I was explained some others, though they said that your group was one that is quite eclectic. It would not be hard to discern from other passerbys.
You found us. How do you know about this incident?
It was described to me by my master. He used the magic to see it from far away, and now he has sent me to determine how you have come to be involved in these events, and what it is your plan. What do you intend to do? Which side are you on?
We are on the side of returning the two elderly folks to safety. Who is your master? Is it the eyeless one?
No, I'm afraid that is not somebody that I know offhand. My master is known as High Mage Ailey's. Are you familiar with him?
Am I familiar with him?
You can give me a blind check to see if perhaps this name strikes a bell to you. No, not at all.
High mage what?
Ailey's.
Can you hold on a moment? There is someone else who should be a part of this conversation.
You see he raises his finger once again. Don't want you bringing others into this conversation, because then I would have to bring others as well. And my friends are not as quite patient and cautious as I am.
What would be the cause for aggression against us?
We are not used to dealing with individuals such as yourself. The way it has been described is that you have quite formidable powers. So there is concern that if you are up and ready, and you see he glances at Shipwrecker as he's speaking, that we would have to use overwhelming force to subdue you.
Why would I want to attack you? Are you on the other side? Do you want to keep these elderly couple trapped wherever they are?
No, that is not my intent. As I said, I serve High Mage Ailey's. He is a well-renowned and recognized wizard. He holds mostly into the southern lands, but the events here have forced him to send me to the north to gauge your involvement. Do you or your friends...
What is his concern with this incident?
The individual that you have allowed to come awake, who you have birthed into this world, their location is very close to where my master dwells, and so he is rightfully concerned that that darkness will spill over the land of Erenwe before long.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Please tell your master we certainly did not intend for that to occur.
I see. So, do you have any information that you can give explaining what exactly it is that you did, your involvement in this, or if you intend to do anything now to try to counter this?
I think we would be interested if I could consult at least one other member of our party before I make that call unilaterally. But we certainly would need more advice about the situation, because to be honest, the repercussions we were not aware of what was going to happen.
You notice he nods slightly. It is good to hear, then, that you are not in league with this individual. My master was worried that perhaps you were part of the cult that was seeking to release this creature. But
absolutely not.
You see he kind of peers at you intently, and then you see he nods. I detect no sense of deception in your voice. This is good. I believe you, Serena, and if we should need your assistance in the future, we will certainly reach out. But I must convey the message my master gave, which is that you are not capable of defeating this threat at this point. We don't think there's anything you could do to help. But if you have no information, primarily I wanted to make sure you were not in league with this creature, for striking out at its allies or the members of the cult would be a great blow for us to deal to it, to try to wither its support any way we can. I believe that you are not involved, and I shall report this back to my master. If there's something that we can use you for, we will be certain to reach out.
Absolutely. We would love to be a part of defeating that individual and their cult. Like you said, we do have formidable powers and various um, strengths. So please call upon us because we would love to be a part of the solution as opposed to a part of the problem as we have thus been, and we are very invested in returning the two missing individuals to our safety.
You see he nods and he says, that is good to hear. It certainly will not be a direct strike against this foe, for this foe is far too powerful for your group or most anybody truly to fight and have any hope of success. But my master has mentioned that there are areas around the land, artifacts and places to go to gather power, places and things that we could acquire to try to aid us in this struggle. If something along those lines should come up, if there's anything in this area of Cariele that we could ask you to hunt down for us, it sounds as though you would be willing to do so.
I'd have to get a majority vote from the group, but I believe that to be the case. What part of the south did you say you were from?
We are from Erinwe. And you see he looks at you as you're kind of contemplating if you know where that is, and you see he smiles and he says, it is as far south as south goes in Anweer, on the southeast coast. And you see he kind of looks at you once more, and then you see his hand kind of moves very slightly, and then he kind of like presses it back to his thigh, and he says, would it be okay if I touch you?
For what purposes?
I find that listening to people's voices is one way to understand their intent, but touching them, it is another connection. It allows me to gauge your truth, gauge your soul, you might say.
Well, I'm pretty bad at deception, but sure. I extend my hand.
You see he reaches his hand out to yours, and he like has his hand in a cupping kind of motion. So he just takes your hand and places it on his, and then you see he gives you like a very soft squeeze of the hand. And then you see he smiles as he does this. His eyes close for maybe 5 seconds or so, and then when they open once again, you see he nods and he says, much as I thought, you carry with you darkness, but you don't let it burden you down. I think we shall call upon you, Serena. I shall inform my master of your character, and hopefully, once you speak to your allies, they will agree to aid us should we need your aid. You see, he lets your hand go at that point. I must take my leave now. Is there anything else you wish to ask before I depart?
If there's any way for us to procure that couple and return them to the safety of our world, let us know immediately, because we would want to act upon that.
The only way that we know of would be directly striking at this foe, something we are not prepared to do, and nor anybody is prepared to do at this point. But we seek allies, and we seek power where we can to put against this foe. If we should learn of any other way to aid in the retrieval of these two individuals without directly facing this foe, we will certainly let you know.
Thank you. We look forward to their return and anything we can do to help fight this evil.
You see he gives you a soft smile and he puts a hand to his heart, and then he bows about 75% bow and gives you another smile before he turns and starts to move. As he does so, you see he raises his hand in the air, and he kind of doesn't really make a sound, but you can see his thumb rubbing against his other two fingers, like pretty rapidly up in the air. And then you can certainly hear the sound around you of movement, Serena. You can't necessarily see people, but you can hear the sound of movement off at a distance and from all around you.
Whoa. And I mean, I'm watching him very intently because, I- like, I don't understand how he traveled this far and how he got so close. And also, how do you spell his name?
Yes, actually, I'll throw both names in chat for you. All right, so Galbranthus was the individual you just spoke with, and High Mage Ales is who he said his master was. For just a quick FYI, I'm going to take you over to our map and show you where Aaronwee is that he explained. So down here on the southeast coast, I noticed that shift ping doesn't seem to be... Oh, that's why I'm on the wrong layer. One moment. There we are. Okay, so Aaronwee is this nation here. So as a quick reminder, based on the information that Saline was able to get, and then right up, yep, I see yellow blinking over there. Yes, the belief is that this individual, this being, the Dread, was actually forced into the ground into Calcorwin. That was like its prison. Aaronwee is the country that Galbranthus just said he came from, and he mentioned High Mage Ailey's living in this land and being concerned about the proximity to Calcorwin. Any other map questions before I take us back over?
How did they travel so far so fast?
That is a good question.
Okay, that's all.
All right, taking us back to where we left off. Anything specific you're doing here, Serena?
Well, I'm pretty spooked by the fact that we were entirely surrounded in the middle of the woods, so... And it doesn't seem like there's much else that I could do, so I'm not gonna bother to wake... I'm not gonna bother to wake Celine at this time. I'm just gonna wait till people wake up naturally or till the next watch.
Okay. All right. So you ride out the next couple of, or, hour and a half or so left in your watch. Wake up the third person, no issues. Wake up fourth person, no issues. And we find ourselves coming to the morning. So I'm going to go ahead and turn global illumination on. All right. It is now daytime, folks. So you guys each individually start to wake up. You can feel free to come out of your tents. Yeah.
Good morning, Celine.
What a boring night.
Hi, Serena.
It was
I
not
hope everyone's
boring.
watches went well.
It was not boring at all. So, for some reason, this continent is just full of freaking really powerful wizard people, and apparently somebody by the name of High Mage Ailey's sent my new friend Gilbranthus to come and I guess they were gonna attack us. He said that his master wanted him to lead with violence, but he decided to talk to us first, and he
Consider it.
believed me. He knew all about us summoning that creature that stole your grandparents, and believed me when I said that we didn't mean to do that, and that we would like to fight against it, and that we would like, above all else, to rescue your grandparents. And they said that it sounded like the dread is like near their country of Erinwi. Should I just pronounce wrong? And
It's Aaron. Whee!
I don't know how they got up here so fast. I don't know how he got so close to the camp while I was actively watching.
Well, maybe I fell asleep. Well, I mean, it was on me, right? I had the first watch. Maybe I wasn't paying that much attention. Like, don't take it personal.
I mean, we were surrounded. And I thought he was bluffing at first. And then when he called off his folks, you could hear them all leaving. It was a bit unsettling.
Wow, am I really that bad at keeping watch?
Maybe they're like
You're
assassin types, though. You know, those assassin types, they can creep right up on you.
But they also traveled through like 5 countries to get here. It's crazy. So
They probably got teleported here. If he's a high mage.
If they serve a powerful wizard, it's certainly within the realm of possibility.
the bad news is he said there's like no one in this continent that's like powerful enough to fight the dread. But if they ever need us to like procure any items or do any tasks in our area that would help the cause of fighting the dread, they will call upon us.
Yeah. There's actual people that want this dread to come back.
Oh yeah, also there's like a cult that's like pro dread. He thought maybe we were in the cult. And I said we're not.
Oh. What's the cult's name?
I didn't ask.
Did you tell him that it was Celine's grandparents?
No, I just said we were very invested in their return. And I tried to, I wanted Celine to come out and meet him, but he wouldn't let me wake any of you guys up.
By the sound of it, you handled it very well. They certainly had us in a compromising position, I'll say. It required delicate conversational navigation, and I am impressed you were able to do that.
Yeah, good thing I didn't have to roll any persuasion skill checks.
Well, I guess
Sideways.
Daleen, was that blind check for your seeing if you have any knowledge of High Mage Ailey's?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say based on that result, you are familiar with High Mage Ailey's. He's probably, from what you know reading books, he's the longest lived and probably the most powerful wizard in all of Anweir, to the best of what you know. He is... his source of power comes from the Urbanian, which is a stretch of forest, primarily in Erinwi, but also in Rosone, a small one. And it is said that he has kept those woods like pristine and undeveloped for hundreds of years. He himself is thought to be hundreds of years old, or at least that's what people think of him. He is believed to be a half elf, not a full elf. So, full elves in this world are immortal. They can live forever. He is a half elf, again, to the best of your knowledge, meaning having survived for hundreds of years, assuming that's true. There's clearly something at work there, whether it's magic or something else, that is giving him a very long lifespan. And I would say, as far as his sort of disposition, he is known as like kind of like a real rules-based person. He doesn't mess in other people's affairs, and if anybody tries to mess in his, he puts it down very quickly. He's not known to be aggressive or evil. He's just known as like kind of keeps to himself and has fostered this magical power base for hundreds of years.
Celine is internally fangirling a little bit, but she keeps it to herself. Yes.
You might want to read some books about this guy when we get back to Capital.
I'm a bit familiar with the person named, assuming that our new friend Galbranthus was telling the truth, of course, about who he serves. I think we don't necessarily have to worry about his potential hostilities now that we've cleared the air. I think you did well to put ourselves at his disposal if he requires our aid.
I mean, considering we have no idea what we even did when we did that, it's pretty exciting. Think that somebody could help us tell us how to get your grandparents back.
It's a
I
faint
for
hope, but one I'll hold on to.
yeah, I for one just think it's good that other people are aware of that thing, even though it sounds nasty. But it's better than it being free out there with nobody paying attention, right?
Certainly so.
Hey, do you think he lives in a tower? I've read stories where these high mages live in large towers.
Is he a wizard if he doesn't?
All right, guys. Anything else you want to do in this area, or do you want to continue packing up, eating a quick meal, that sort of thing, and make your way back to Carolinian?
I'm down to pack up and go.
Let's proceed.
Let's get getting.
Okay, so you guys pack up and make your way back. And let's see. So I just want to make sure I've got my notes correct here. Gordon, you took the other bit of the boot black. Did you apply it to your boots already, or are you holding off?
I did it during my short rest. Yeah, the beautiful boots.
Okay, you did
Why
it
you
before
didn't
your
notice.
short. You did it during your short rest. Okay, so that was before you guys actually went to sleep. Okay, got it. Okay, so you guys make your way back, spending another 5-ish, 6-ish hours, and you find yourself arriving back in Carolinian.
Looking good. I got a cloak that doesn't get dirty and boots that look brand new.
I got to know who's styling. This weird thing just occurred to me. For no particular reason, but Serena and Gordon, could you guys both give me blind checks?
Oh my god.
Your boots are now mimics.
I was just thinking that they're going to start eating your feet from the inside.
Serena. Oh, actually, no. Okay, yeah, no problems.
No solutions?
Well, you are in Carolinian, the capital, where there are quite a bit of different shops and people moving about. So a lot of potential solutions here. Depends on what you're looking for.
Hey, sweetie, do your feet feel all right in these new boots?
Just mildly unsettled.
Do we know where Dwali is staying?
Yes, you could certainly track him down. He was in one of the local inns and kind of waiting there for you guys to let him know. So yeah, if you wish to track Dwali down, you could probably get him within, a couple of hours.
Okay. I think that's what Blixel's going to try to do is track them down and tell them that the gig is on. We have a settlement camp that they can use possibly to use as a staging area for it, but and Blixel will explain that the Grell is still out and about, but we plan on taking it out. But we can start getting moving on getting this mine up and running.
Okay, so yeah, you spend a little bit of time in Carolinian here tracking him down and giving him this information. Pretty much as you suspected, he and his team are ready to go. Like they've been kind of chomping at the bit to get in there and start extracting that gold. So yeah, they are definitely ready to go. They don't want to go by themselves. They certainly want like an escort, armed guards, that kind of thing. But yeah, they're ready to go as soon as you guys are.
Excellent. Who wants to go shopping?
Well, I don't have any money to contribute. I'm just a humble cleric with no gold, but I'm happy to tag along.
I have 150 to contribute.
I got almost 500 gold.
What?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's
400.
not copper pieces?
Yeah, I'm not the copper counselor. Or I am, but that doesn't mean I don't have gold. I got 496 gold. So feel free. I'll lend you whatever you need. As
Perhaps you
long,
should keep your voice down about that out in the streets, but we also have that material we secured down
Yes.
during the course of our adventures that we could potentially sell to help fund this excursion if we're expecting the uh, gold the reward of uh, doing this to pay for itself and then some.
That's the hope.
oh, sure. Do you want me to try to sell this stuff? I'm pretty good when it comes to talking with merchants and whatnot, but I also don't know what it's worth. I'll be honest.
Well, it's worth a lot to magically inclined people. Perhaps we could visit that wizard guy who caused the trouble in the sewers not too long ago. I believe his name was Old Mister or something. We could visit his shop, see if he would buy it off of us.
Oh, sure.
I'll carry it.
All right, I'll go with you, and then Celine, you be there to make sure that he's not pulling some wizard shit on us. Okay?
I'll try my best.
All right, so it sounds like you guys want to make your way over to Old Mister's shop.
Yeah. Or with our check, we figured out that silk could be used in like creation of magical items. Do we think that his stuff is the sort of stuff that he could use this, or is it more like someone that makes magic robes and whatnot?
I mean, I would say your initial gut feeling is that because it's silk, it's probably going to be more like a cloth use. Old Mister, if you remember, his shop is called the Candle Shop. He seemed to specialize in like staves, wands, that kind of thing. Doesn't mean he wouldn't know of somebody or maybe be able to use it himself, but it certainly isn't the like spot on spot what you would think of him needing.
And there isn't like a magic seamstress around here or anything like that.
If there is, he
Uh,
would know, I think.
right. Yes.
Okay, let's go pay the old mister a visit.
All right, you make your way through the city and find yourself to Old Mister's candle shop. When you enter, you notice Old Mister is indeed there behind the counter. Quick reminder of what Old Mister looks like.
I forgot his hair was purple.
Indeed, yeah. All right, so Old Mister behind the counter, you see he turns and looks at you, and you see he puts a hand to his beard and kind of ruffles it a bit, and he says, "It's been a while since I've seen some of you. And some of you I have not met. Old Mister, it is good to make your acquaintance."
Pleasure.
Hello. We've come with a grand opportunity for you.
You notice he grins and he says, "Ha! Well, if it's usually me saying that to a potential buyer, so I can only imagine what this is."
Today we are not buyers, my friend. We are sellers of some of the finest magical material you'll ever lay your old Mr. Eyes on.
"Ah, I see. Going for the hard sell. Well, let's see. What is it?"
Serena, show 'em.
You may have heard of spider silk, but I present to you a solid 8 by 4 feet of unimpeded, perfect condition spider silk. And I unroll it dramatically.
All right, you notice he looks at it, and he kind of once again is playing with his beard a bit here. Do you mind if I inspect this more closely?
Have you washed your hands?
You notice he kind of looks towards you, and then he walks over to this area where you can see there's a tray of like dust, and you see he puts his hand in the dust, and then he kind of like dry washes his hands, and he says, "Yes."
Are you a chinchilla?
It is helpful to make sure that the inks and other things aren't still on the fingers.
True story.
I just lick my fingers. That gets rid of all that stuff. But all right.
You see he then goes towards what you're holding out, takes this from you, and kind of very gingerly looks through it, kind of like moving it in different angles and looking at it, holding it up to get light from outside, looking at it once again. And then you see he nods and he hands it back to you, and he says, "This is indeed quite high quality. This could be used to create some magical items. I am quite certain of that. In fact, one comes to mind. It's almost begging to be made. But you're looking to sell this, is that right?"
Just out of curiosity, what is it begging to be made into?
There is an item known as the White Cloak of the Spider. This silk is the perfect amount of size that would be needed. It looks like it is thick enough to absorb the ink necessary to embroider and color the spider on the back. Yes, I must say this seems to be of perfect fit for that, but I'm sure it could be used for other things as well.
What does that cloak do?
Well, it is a white velvet cloak that has the image of a large black spider sitting in a web on it. If you wear it, it makes you resistant to poison damage, and it gives you the ability to cast a couple of spells once per day. One is Spider Climb, and one is Hold Person.
Fancy.
Damn.
It sounds pretty nice. Are you able to make something like that?
I would probably call upon a colleague to do so. It's been some time since I've spun spider silk, but I could certainly have it created for you for a reasonable fee.
Hmm. How much? How much is the fee, and how much would you be willing to just pay us for the silk?
Well, if you wish to sell the silk, I would be willing to purchase it from you for, say, 3,000 gold.
Okay. All right. Now we're talking, old mister. That's what I thought. I mean, I'm listening.
If instead
Great negotiation.
If instead you wish for the white cloak of the spider to be created, we could probably have that done for 500 gold pieces.
Hmm.
Now, I'm not great at math or anything because there's a lot of numbers involved. But what if we had one of those cloaks and wanted to sell it? I mean, is it in our best interest to have you do it and then try to find a buyer for it, or what do you think?
You could certainly do so. The price of the cloak would be higher, potentially, if you find a buyer that is interested in it. Truth be told, Dwarf, it is very challenging to find people with enough liquid coin, or free coin, perhaps is the way I should say it, to purchase something so large in cost. You would be looking for a noble or some well funded adventurer, which up here in the frontier, there's not many.
Yeah, true.
That seems like pretty powerful. Resistance to poison. Let's see, hold person's level 2. I'm assuming spider climbs level 2. That's a good one. 500?
And about how long do you think? I mean, I know your friend might be making it, but do you know how long it would take you to craft such a thing?
If she is not busy, I would presume it would take somewhere within 5 to 7 days, something along those lines. If she already is filled with work, then it might be a bit longer.
All right. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to. We're going to do a quick huddle. So just turn around. Don't look at us. We're going to be talking in the corner here.
You notice he kind of chuckles a bit and he says, yes, feel free if you wish to step outside of the shop where you're worried I might overhear. You could certainly do so. Otherwise, I shall twiddle my thumbs in anticipation of your answer.
All right, huddle up, everybody. Now, 3,000 gold pieces. That's about how much it costs for my new eyes.
Well, here's the challenge, right? We need to spend probably, I don't even know, right? But maybe even 1,000 before we go back if we want to get those potions we talked about and things like that. So, 2,000 probably towards your debt, if you know what I'm saying. So, I,
Hmm.
I mean, that's math, right? But
Well, I have 500 already. So,
Well, I'm just excited what you guys going to decide on. This is great.
well, you're part of the decision too.
Well, I got no skin in the game. I'm just a humble cleric with no gold. But let's
Yeah,
see.
but you were with us when we found the silk. You're part of the crew now, Gordon.
Oh, really, guys? Really? Oh, this is
Yeah.
nice. Let's see. If I remember, how much would I see invisibility? 180, if I remember, what it cost for a potion of see invisibility, according to Sarah when I was praying last night.
Yeah. Which I think at least a few of us should have.
I think maybe even one of those oils of not slippery whatever crap, right? Maybe not as shiny as your boots, but but it may help so someone doesn't get all tangled up. Serena.
I could also do with a scroll of Earthbind to record into my book to try to bring the creature down where it can't fly away from us. So that's another 120 plus the materials to transcribe it, which I have most of the funds to do.
All right. Well, let's say 3 of us get the see invisibility. I don't think all of us might need it, but at least 3. Then we get the earth bind, and then the oil slipperiness.
Why not the see invisibility stuff for all of us?
Well, I figure if a couple of us can see it, we can grab onto it and knock it out of invisibility, but might make it easier. I just don't, these debt collectors are going to be huffing down my neck in a second. You know how those religious folks are. No offense, Gordon.
Yeah, they could be pesky.
I guess I took it out from the treasury, so actually it's the treasury that's going to be looking for me. But let's do some quick math.
Hey,
We certainly shouldn't spend all the gold if we can get away with it.
while you're doing that, Saline, what do you think the value of a robe like that we can get for 500 gold pieces? That seems like a deal to me, but I'm just a cleric.
Well, I would probably have to do a check, but if
Oh,
he's
go
willing
ahead.
to pay, 3,000 just for the silk, I would expect it would be somewhere in the neighborhood north of that. Perhaps 5 to 6,000 would be my uninformed ballpark guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's
Yeah, but the
90% off.
problem is if it takes us a month or two to sell the thing, then how do we take care of our business next week,
No, no,
right?
no, no, no. We use it. We use it.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think what Tavard is concerned about is that by the time we are able to have this commissioned, made, and delivered to us, it's already close to council session time, and we won't have the time to uh, go down there, deal with the Grell, guard the mine for a week, and come back.
Oh, yeah. The pesky thing about calendars and to-do lists. Not
Yeah, we do
familiar with
actually
those.
have a job.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with that, guys.
Is it possible for have them make the cloak without us paying the money up front, and then we just buy all this other stuff with our money, and we get the cloak, and we come back?
What money?
Oh, we don't have 1,500 between all of us.
No, I've got about 200. You've got about 500, and you're the rich guy here.
I thought the whole point of selling the silk was to get the money to do this.
Yeah, I
And
did
I'm
too.
close to broke.
All right. Well, I mean, I have plenty of magic items already. I don't need them, you know. So I'm on the side of getting money for it. But that's my vote.
I think the most expedient thing to do is to sell it for the 3,000. Buy what we need and then put the rest towards your debt. Our debt, because we're a team.
Oh, yeah, I like the sound of that.
Fine.
Ask him for 4,500. I'm just kidding. Yeah, sell a thing.
Oh, I would try to see if you can get a little bit more. I mean, you said, "Hey, I'm good about bargaining," and then you just said, "Oh, 3,000. That's great." There was no bargaining. It was cool.
We can come. I'll come back with a counter. Okay.
Sounds good.
Negotiate.
Okay. Will do. And you said it's an 8x4 sheet.
Yep.
All right. Sounds like 1,000 for every foot on one side, right? 4,000. That sound better?
At least.
Well, you can't get too greedy. Old Mister's going to be one of our contacts here for a while. We don't want to screw him.
There's
Do
other
we?
shops.
Yeah. Do you want to go check another shop and just see if we get lucky? Maybe one that does cloaks or something.
Yeah. Well, you can find that. We could ask him what that person's name is, but he might be trying to cut us out of the deal, you know. So I
Well,
don't know if he'll help.
I imagine these magic makers as a small circle, and the rumor of this silk being sold about would easily, old Mister would know that we cut him out and went to the seamstress and dealt with her directly. I'm sure it might vex some relationship ties with him.
Just give him a chance to pony up.
Yeah, yeah. If we could take it for 3,500 or for 3,000's fine too. Whatever you guys want. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna look over here. Wow, look at this wand section.
Okay.
Is
So
someone?
everyone's okay with us selling it for money?
I think we have to. To be
Yes.
honest with you, I don't see us having another option, or else how are we going to get the money that you owe? I mean, if we don't go back in there, either we give them the money that we've got now. If we sell this for 3,000, for an example, I mean, and with your 500, I mean, of course we could get rid of your entire debt or our entire debt, but then we don't have the equipment we need to go back in there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we got to invest in ourselves by selling this and buying stuff. Okay.
Now, who's really good about seeing people's reactions and stuff when you ask for more money? I mean, who's I'm not really good at you human types.
Well, let's see. I've been known to be quite proficient in reading people's mannerisms.
I just want to make sure we're getting a fair price, that we're not being jerks about it, but that we're not getting taken advantage of either.
I'll go with you, but I'm just gonna watch.
Okay. Yeah, keep an eye on him and nudge me if it seems like he's getting away too easy, okay?
Okay. Okay.
And you go back in.
You notice he sees you enter again. He inclines his head towards you. Have you made a decision?
I think so. I think we have decided to probably just sell you this material, but we were thinking with something so pristine as this, um, we'd be far more comfortable with 4,000 for the lot of it.
Go ahead and give me a blind check, Blixel. That seems reasonable. Yes, I could give you 4,000 for it.
Should have asked for 5.
He looks at Gordon.
Yeah, I just clicked my token. I'm gonna read that and just see if we could have got more. If he's thinking we could have got more from him.
You don't notice any kind of real strong reactions one way or the other. It just seems as though Blixel's like tone and the way he said it seemed like it made sense to old Mister.
As Blixel looks at me, I'll nod.
My
And-
plus 10 persuasion.
Hell yeah.
Adam, can you remind us what kind of items he sells?
He is a wand maker, so he sells wands and staves.
All right.
Well, old mister, you have been fair to us, and we are happy to hand this over for 4,000 gold pieces.
Excellent. Would you like that simply in coin, or would you like any of my wands as part of that sale?
No wands for me, but let me ask my compatriots, and Blixel will like stick his head on, usher everybody else back in. Does anybody want a wand? He gave us 4,000 gold pieces.
Yeah. Can men of the cloth use wands? It's not a common thing I see.
I believe wands are usually arcane focuses, not divine
Oh.
focuses. But
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
potentially.
Then no.
I feel like we need the coin.
Yeah. No. Of course. Yeah. Here you go. Well done. Nice meeting you, old mister. My name is Gordon Rainwright.
He inclines his head. It is good to meet you, Gordon. I see you have joined this very interesting group. I'm sure you'll be a good addition.
Oh, well, thank you so much. You have good read on people.
And
To do an insight check to see if he's just flattering him.
that one didn't come through. Did you have your token selected?
I did not.
Okay, that one did come through. Yeah, you don't pick up anything, Celine. So,
She thinks he's just flattering him.
would that be simply the coin, or would you be looking at some wands in part of that sale? I have a few different varieties of wands that would be within this price range.
Personally, I'd love a neat wand, but unfortunately, we have other debts to pay.
He nods. Understandable, but if you don't mind, I'll just tell you which ones that I do have. Perhaps at a later time, maybe this will pique your interest. For sale currently, I have a wand of magic missiles, a wand of magic detection, a wand of web, and then I have a quite pricey wand of the war mage. If you're familiar with this, it makes magic cast more potent. This one's a little bit more expensive than what you're selling here, but in case this ever does pique your interest, come back and find me. For the coin itself, I will have to write you out a slip, and you can take this straight to the bank. It will have my seal on it, and you can get the coin that way. I hope that will be sufficient.
Sure.
Excellent. You see he will take the silk from you and he folds it up very carefully. And then you see he puts it in this large, like, black bag. and then wraps the bag up, puts it underneath. You see he pulls out a piece of parchment, and then he starts writing on it. He does this seal deal with some hot wax, heating the wax up, putting it on the seal, and then he shows it to you. And essentially, it's written that this is a 4,000 gold piece IOU. It doesn't use those words, but essentially that's what you can think of it as, a letter of credit. He then seals it, closes it, seals that, and hands it over to you.
And we just take this to the bank and they'll give us this money?
He nods. Yes, indeed. This was something that was brought into use a few years back, and I must say it's been a very advantageous setup for both sides. Of course, if people knew that I just had 4,000 gold pieces lying around in the shop, I might have other worries, but it's all in the bank, which is quite well protected. So, yes, feel free to take it there now if you wish.
Well,
We just want to thank you for doing business, and we're looking forward to the day that we want to buy a wand.
You notice he gives a light smile and he says, "Oh, I can promise you, you can never go wrong with a wand. Magic is good. A little bit of extra magic every day is better."
well, thanks again, old mister. We'll catch you another time.
He nods to you. "Farewell on your travels."
Just in curiosity, who is the seamstress that you'd be working with so that in case they turn this into that cloak and we want it later, we could talk to them to perhaps buy it?
"Oh, the individual here in town, her name is Tabitha. I've worked with her on a few different occasions, but I don't know if she will want to turn it into that cloak or not. But I think between the two of us, we can make sure this deal was good for you, good for me, and good for her."
Awesome. I love it when a deal comes together. Thank you, sir.
He nods his head to you again as you guys exit his shop.
Wow. That was awesome. I didn't think we were going to get that much for this.
I didn't either. Good job.
Well done, Blixel.
Oh, you know. I'm
Might
a
roll
good
like
schmoozer.
30 or something.
Well, all right. So we got this writ. We're gonna go to the bank, buy our stuff. How much of this gold do you guys want me to pay towards our debt?
I think I hate to sound the pessimistic type, but I think we should just keep it in there in the bank, and then when we come back, just make sure you know we
Well,
still have a debt, if you know what I mean.
Wait, we gotta buy the potions.
Right. Say for an example, we spent 1,500 gold. I'm just picking out a number, right? But I'm just saying maybe we just keep it in the bank since we still have a month to pay your bill. Maybe we pay it later.
Oh, should we open up a bank account?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
It's a good idea. And then, if you die with debt, no one's going to collect it. So.
Well, that's not what I was saying, but sure.
What?
That's kind of what I was hinting at.
No, I'm not gonna die. That's a silly thing to think.
Lucky.
All right.
Well, it's a practical thing to think. It's not silly. It's just the next phase in life.
It's proactive thinking.
There's many stories yet to be written about old Blixel's life, and the rest of you too. You all play a role in the story of Blixel.
Let's write the story of how we opened a bank account.
No, this I'm gonna leave out.
Oh.
Maybe it'll be a footnote or something. To the bank.
All right, we can fast track the bank here. You certainly can open an account if you wish. They do have a minimum account value of 100 gold. So basically, if you want to go under 100, you'd have to close your account. They will charge you a fee each month to hold your gold. It's a 2 gold piece per month fee to keep your gold safe.
Better than keeping it under the bed.
what about the treasury?
You certainly could put money in the treasury if you wished.
I guess that would be the same as paying the debt, though.
And that's fine if that's the way people want to. If people want to pay the debt, that's fine.
Or
I mean,
paying
I
part of the
just
debt.
Yeah, I would say what you presume is that money that's in the treasury, that is what is used to fund like domain actions and things. So if you tried to put stuff in the treasury and like put it off to the side thinking you're not sure that would work well because like just the bureaucracy of the treasury is that would all be looked at as treasury money.
Yeah, I think it's simpler if we had like an adventure fund and we're all signatories on it. Then it's separate from our treasury funds for the kingdom.
All right,
But
so it sounds like you guys want to open an account at the bank here in Carolinian.
Yes, but we keep 1,500 of the gold to buy our stuff.
Okay, so we're going to end result is you're going to have 2,500 gold in the bank and then 1,500 gold on yourselves.
Does that sound good to everybody? Anybody else need anything? I guess
I'll
we
be
have personal
buying-
funds if people need more stuff.
I'll just be buying a warhammer.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Does someone want to write down this on their sheet somewhere? Who wants to be the treasurer?
Well, I can do that. That sounds easy enough. Let me see.
Okay. This is the start of Gordon's embezzlement career.
Could also
Very
put it in something like players chat OOC or something like that, just as
Yeah,
a
that's true.
place to put it or whatever.
Just don't want to forget our 2,500 gold in the bank when we don't have it on the character sheet. So yeah, let's just write it in there.
All right, I have it on my sheet under allies and organizations.
Cool.
Unless you want me to do that. Okay.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. To the potion shop.
Okay, all right, yeah, you guys make your way to the potion shop. All the potions we previously discussed are certainly there for purchase. If you're wanting to buy one of those, please just type in chat what it is that you're buying. You obviously feel free to discuss amongst yourselves, but if there's potions that were not already discussed that you're interested in, let me know and I can tell you what you find there.
I will say that, especially since we got more gold than we were expecting, I would feel more comfortable if everybody had a invisibility potion. Yep, there you go.
Agreed. And does the oil come from this place too?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess to speed things up, we're definitely going to get 5 potions of sea invisibility, Earthbind scroll, and then the oil of slipperiness. And there's no way they want to give us like a counselor discount or anything, right?
Not on these prices. These are like kind of set prices because not that these things are bought frequently, but frequently enough that they're kind of like just a set rate. All right, so that's 900 for the sea invis potions, 480 for 1 oil of slipperiness. You guys said you wanted that, and then a scroll of earthbind. I think that was 120. So that
yes.
looks to me like you spent the 1,500, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, that makes it nice and easy. Whoever's taking those items, make sure you add those to your sheet, please.
I'll take a potion of sea invisibility.
I'll take a potion of sea invisibility. Obviously, the potion or the oil of slipperiness, we'll have to discuss how we want to use that strategically. But I
Do we
think
do
that's
2 of those?
I think it has multiple charges to it.
I put a potion of sea invisibility on mine.
Let's see. It does not have multiple charges. You apply all of the oil to yourself, or you can pour it on the ground, but for your purposes, I think you guys want to apply it so it can cover a medium or smaller creature along with the equipment. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes, and then once you use it, it's gone. It does last for 8 hours, though.
Oh. I guess we could get another one if you guys are worried about it. It's a sort of a pricey thing.
I mean, 2 sounds good to me, but it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against 2 either, but it just takes 10 minutes to apply. I just looked it up, so that's just something we need to keep in mind.
Well, how much cash you got? You got enough for, or how much coin you got? You got enough for another one of those things? Or I guess we could go to the bank and take more out.
Wait, you said you had 500 gold pieces there using my insight. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. It's right here in my pocket. It's gonna go to my debt if we don't need it, but
Wow, we could.
I have 150 to put in.
There we go. And
All right.
Tavard, you need to buy a weapon because you look unhealthy without one.
I've got a few. I mean, I have a warhammer. I mean, excuse me. Sorry, just reminiscing. I've got a quarterstaff, but I feel better with the warhammer, so I'm gonna buy a warhammer.
I'll tell you what.
Save if you want it.
Since I had to use our funds to help grow these fabulous new eyeballs I got in my head, I'll put in 400 of my own gold for this next oil slipperiness, and Cerilia, you only have to put in 80.
Thanks.
Well, I've got, I could put in like 170 or something too.
Oh, I took it off my sheet already, so.
All right. Well, we'll figure it
Why
out
don't you
later.
let us just put in 100 and then you do the rest. We each do 100
I already took it off my sheet, so.
and put it back on.
You just take 80, I'll put 400 in, and you'll just owe me a favor down the road, okay?
Tavard, you can give me 50.
All right, I'll give you 50.
Woohoo!
All right, so Adam, we're getting one more of the oil of slipperiness.
Sounds good. Yeah, feel free to add that, deduct the gold as you guys just discussed, and yeah, no problems.
Why don't you two hold on to those?
Yeah, and Adam, I'm
Adding it.
paying 15 gold for a not nearly as good warhammer, but
Yep, yeah, you can certainly do that.
And you guys will see Tavard putting his initials into the warhammer, but now it doesn't have the heritage initials of everybody else that's used this warhammer.
Now, looking at the oil of slipperiness, it's not the same as that ink bottle he got, right?
It is not.
Okay. Sticky black ungent is what it says it looks like, so.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm kind of surprised it describes it as sticky, knowing what it does. But yes, the other stuff was more of like a sludge. I would say, I guess in appearance, they do look similar, reading the description. But you notice this one, it says, but it flows quickly when poured for the oil of slipperiness. That was not the case for the other stuff.
Okay.
All right, team, is there anything else you're wanting to pick up here in the city or anything you're wanting to do in the city?
The only other thing would be, I guess, check in with Marina and make sure everything's still all copacetic leading up to the council meeting.
Okay, yeah, I remember Serena said the same name, and I was like, who are they talking about? But I think you guys meant Milena, right?
Oh, Milena. Yeah, sorry, Milena.
Okay. Yeah, I was like,
write
that's.
it down wrong?
I think you said Marina, and I was like, I don't know who that is,
That's
but
what I wrote down.
no, it is Milena. But as long as we know who we're talking about, no worries. So yeah, Milena. What I will say is, if you try to get like time with her, she's not available. So you make your way like to the back to the castle. Obviously, you're let in. You have free reign of the castle as normal. There doesn't seem to be anything odd or out of the ordinary occurring. But when you ask specifically about her, the guards say, yeah, she said she's not available. She's not seeing anybody until at least a couple of days from now.
Okay.
While there, however, the guards will let you know that Lord Tannen had previously inquired about where you guys were because he hadn't seen you in a while. So the guard says, like, basically, if you want to check in with him, he is in the castle. And they kind of tell you where he's at. Basically, he's kind of like in one of the large rooms at the moment, just going over some paperwork.
Sure. Check in with old Tannen.
Okay, so yeah, you make your way through the castle, finding yourself in the opposite room. If you'll recall, the one room that you met Milena in, you guys are now in the opposite room of that same floor, but on the other side. And you find Lord Tannen. He is actually sitting on a bench here. He has this like sheath of papers. It's kind of like all wrapped up in a binder type deal. But as he sees you guys approaching, you see he raises his head, sees you, lowers it back down, and then raises his head again, like, oh, now you registered that he actually saw you. And he says, oh, there you are. How are you all doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Yes, I am doing okay as well. You see, he stands up at this point and he says, walk with me, and he starts walking to the other room, kind of the right of that. So more into, you might say, more into a secluded area.
Uh-oh.
Assuming that you guys follow him, not hearing any.
Yep.
Yeah. Go with.
All right, fair enough. So yeah, as you guys get into this area, you notice he kind of looks back to see if there's any, voices or anybody, hanging real close by, and then he looks and he says, "We haven't had a chance to connect since, well, everything happened, and I was just wondering how everything is going for you all. Is everything okay?"
Yeah. I mean, it's sad to see what happened with Vin and everything, but at least it seems like Milena is competent. What are your thoughts on it?
And we're still mourning the end.
Lord Tannen kind of nods towards you, Blixel, as you're saying this, and he says, "Wow, yes, very strange. In fact, it just everything happened so suddenly, very peculiar. But well, I've heard a few different things, and well, let's see." And you see, he kind of looks back once again, and he says, "I'm trying to make sure not to give offense to anybody, and trying to do this the right way. But yes, how about I will explain to you a bit, and then yeah." All right, and as he starts getting a bit more into these details, why don't we go ahead and pause, take our 15-minute break there, folks, and we'll pick up on the other side.
Sounds good. See you guys in a bit.
All right.
Alrighty, we are back on the second half of our session. Team, you are currently inside of the castle. Get you guys back over to that map. Okay, so you guys are inside of the castle, and Lord Tannen is here speaking with you. Once again, you notice that this is kind of a little bit quiet, you might say, as though Lord Tannen is trying to be quiet. And then, as you guys are talking, he says, "Oh, I don't want to. I have some information to share with you because I'm sure that. Oh, wow. Oh, geez, I'm so short-sighted. I just realized you must be Gordon. I don't think we have met yet."
Yeah, Gordon Rainwright. Nice to meet you. I
I'd like
guess
to
I don't.
introduce you to
Oh, thank you, General. Yeah, hi.
You see, he smiles and he nods towards you. "Oh, I am Lord Tenenbosch. I have been the treasurer for the council and for the previous regent and now for the new regent. We try to have, I like to think, counselors, that we have forged a pretty good relationship, our group here, and that we can share information. Do we all feel, and you see he's kind of looking at you all, except for Gordon when he says this, do we all feel like we can share information with one another?
Yeah, he seems trustworthy.
Sure, sure.
Good. I'm glad to hear that because trust is very, very important. I would echo what you have already said that Milena certainly seems to be capable, if nothing else. And I do get the sense that she is trying to do what is best. So, on that, I am very grateful because whenever there is a change in leadership, it's really a crapshoot as far as exactly what happens. But of course, there are some other concerns that I had. I have heard some whispers of things to come, and I have seen, a change in the guards. And well, I guess I would just first ask: have you all noticed anything unusual or out of the ordinary?
I don't know about you guys, but we've been kind of busy with the thing in the mountains. But I'm new, so
Yeah, you said unusual around here, around in the city.
Yes, yes. With the change, of course. Have you noticed anything strange?
No, I don't believe so.
We've been out and about too much.
I guess the fact that we're not allowed to visit Vin is a little strange, but um, besides that, we've been away.
idle hands and all.
You notice he nods. Surprisingly, I actually did see Vin somewhat recently. I did Vin tell you anything about my relationship with his mother?
No, are you going to be his stepdad or something?
Possibly. I have
Oh,
always been very fond of his mother, and we had got along very well. And, well, in her time of need, I was there for her, so it has worked out quite well. But as you probably know, both Vin and she were put in holding, you might say. You were aware of this?
yeah, she told us that. And then we were able to get in contact with, I believe, Vin's mother, right? Someone did a sending to her.
No, we weren't able to get in contact with her, but that is what Melina told us, that they are in holding together for their own protection, is how she phrased it, I believe, because these takeovers are usually a bit more violent.
Yeah, and Vin didn't take it too well, as you can understand. So,
Yes, that is quite right. And I certainly don't want to stir anything up, but when I was there visiting his mother, of course, he was there as well. I was very closely watched, but he said to me, kind of quietly, and I'm only telling you this because he implored me to, but I'm not expecting you to take any action. I hope that makes sense. But he said to tell you that they took the crystal from him. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I do. Fortunately.
You see, he nods. I don't, but I told him that I would share that information with you. Yes, I don't. I certainly don't want to give the impression that this is any kind of a, well, plotting or anything like that, because it is not. I just wanted to be, respectful of him and what he had asked me to share. He is very, very angry, as you can probably imagine, and I've tried to explain to him to calm down, and he's not really taken that message very well. So I don't know how long it's going to take for it to sink into him that he is simply not in charge any longer. My fear is that if he keeps acting the way he is, there's been a couple of fights with guards that have been commented to me that they may decide to take more severe action. But yes, I keep trying to tell him that, obviously this is not an ideal circumstance, but it is the reality on the ground and he needs to get used to it. So I just wanted to share that information with you, first of all. Second of all, and this feels so petty to even bring this up, but I have heard some rumors about some adjustments in the budget. Are you familiar with this?
Hey, Adam, real quick, I'm gonna hit a blind check, and it's just I have no assuming that he's lying to me, but I'd like to get a read on him because I first met him. Since I'm playing an insight character, I might also get used to doing this.
So to clarify, you're trying to gauge whether he's lying to you?
Yeah, being truthful completely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so he looks towards you guys as he asks this question about budgetary changes.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard some things about it, but honestly, that's up to Melina.
I'll just tell you, she did mention that your salary looked a little high, but she asked us if you were providing great service, and we told her that we thought you were worth every penny of it. That's basically the conversation. So I don't know of any salary changes or if that's what you're asking about, because that's what I think you're asking about.
You see, he nods. Yes, I am, Counselor Tavern. Again, I understand that anytime there is a change, these kind of things sometimes happen. But yes, it is a bit of a tough pill to swallow. This came out of nowhere, and I certainly don't want to leave you all in the lurch. But well, we shall see as time goes on. Perhaps I will wait for official announcement of anything to change. The impression that I got was that some of these decisions are still flowing through you. So I hope that if you decide to make a change, that you will give me some kind of a notice. Again, I don't want to say if X happens, then Y happens, right? But it is something that I will have to factor into my decision making, of course.
Oh, would you not want to have the job still if you were getting paid less?
Well, part of doing great work here, and I feel like I have done really great work here, is spending a lot of time on this. This is one of those jobs that isn't just you come and do your job and leave. It feels like it can eat up your entire life. And well, to be honest, speaking with Vin's mother, I've been lobbying Melena to see if I could get her released. And Melena, on the surface, she's adamantly said absolutely not. I've gotten a sense that there might be some wiggle room there. I certainly don't think she would release Vin anytime soon, but his mother is a different story. She poses no threat, and, well, I think I might be able to work that out eventually, if I'm getting my read correct. If that is the case, really it comes down to how do I want to spend my time? Do I want to spend it all in the books with my nose in the documents and things, or do I wish to spend more time with her? I would certainly have to refactor things. It might be something where if that were to happen, perhaps I just work less. And if that doesn't work for you all, I would certainly understand. Obviously, there is much business I still have to do with my family. So maybe it would be time for us to part ways, but we can have those conversations once they become more real.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing I would say is try to prove your worth to her while you're here working for her. You know what I mean? Maybe she won't. Maybe she'll give you a raise if you prove that you're doing good stuff for the city and for the capital and for the region.
He nods. Oh, yes, that is my intention. That is what I will try to do. But as I mentioned, she sort of indicated those decisions are still flowing through you all. So, well, nonetheless, I don't want to worry you at this with this matter. It's fairly minor. There was another matter that I wish to speak with you on. And this hopefully won't seem really jarring, but I wondered if I might ask you for a favor. Perhaps this would be something to your advantage as well. But I have a nephew who is a very rambunctious young man. He's just gotten to the point where he's demanding from his parents to be involved in more. I think he wants to be an adventurer. And so they reached out to me and they said, they've tried to tell him that this is not a suitable type of position for somebody of his stature and status, but the young man just won't get it out of his head at all, and this is what he wishes to do. So I wonder if you would have any interest in allowing him to come with you if you were to go on a next adventure, and let him see what it's really like, and perhaps you could show him just how dangerous it is without letting him get into any real danger. Of course, we want him to be scared straight, you might say, to use a phrase. But I really want him to. I think right now it's all visions of knights and wizards riding off into the sunset, and just everything always goes well, and your clothes are always clean. And I'm sure you all could tell him that that is not how it works at all, and it is far more dangerous than he thinks. But I don't think he will believe anybody until he sees it. Is this something that you would have any interest in?
So Adam, I want to look around at everyone else's faces, my friends. I'm look at his. I wonder if I could insight that last topic about the young man, or would it be similar to my result of the first check?
You certainly can. Tell me what it is that you're trying to determine.
Okay, well, I got a reading already from you. I'm wondering if that's continuing into this topic.
I see. Okay, so this is what I would call a did I roll bad that last time check? Right. So with that in mind, I will say you don't pick up anything different than you picked up the first time.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm always happy to have an extra set of hands for fighting, but we would not be able to promise safety. We can't even guarantee that for ourselves. Where we're going is very dangerous most of the time.
Maybe it'd be best for us to win it if we come back kind of thing on our next mission, or maybe before we go, maybe we have a conversation with them, and I mean we can tell them about the death of our friend and the theft of my warhammer and other things too.
If you're willing to try, I think that would be appreciated. But I'll be honest. I mean, his father has told him, his mother has told him, I have told him. I've even had him speak with some guards that were adventurers many years ago, and he's one of those hard-headed youths that I don't think he's going to believe it until he sees it. He truly thinks that he is going to be great, and that all the warnings people give him only apply to normal people, and that he's exceptional. He's one of those individuals, and I know he's going to get into some real danger. Well, if you think he's not suitable to go with you this time because the danger is just too great, I certainly understand, and I don't want him to be seriously harmed or killed. So I certainly wouldn't push this on you in any way. But if you think that you could take him and guarantee his safety, then that's more. So maybe there would be a different mission in the future, perhaps something that is not quite as dangerous, but has a little bit of adventuring element that you'd maybe be willing. Think about it. If anything like that comes
Have a
up.
skill set.
What he always tells me is that he's very quick and he is able to. He's fairly proficient with a bow. I know I've seen him use that. He's more like the quick and lithe kind of build. But what he's always bragging about all of the time is that when people try to hit him, he can avoid it a lot, and that's why he thinks that he's just never going to get hurt. I don't know why. Again, a foolish young man, of course, but yeah, that's what I would say his skill set is primarily is shooting his bow, and then of course if things get up close and personal, he does fight with a short sword in each hand. I've seen him do that in the training yard.
If you don't want him to die, he shouldn't come with us.
Well, there's not much more of a clear message than that. So I certainly don't want him to go with you this time. But in the future, if you think there is anything that is easier, much more safe, that you are willing, I just ask that you consider it.
Sure. Well, sometimes things that we consider to be easy and not that safe turn out not to be quite so easy and not and safe. So, but we'll keep it in mind if you want us to scare the crap out of this kid.
You see, he nods. "Ah, yes, I'm afraid it might come just to that. My fear is that if we don't do something before too long, he's just going to run off on his own. Find a couple of buddies or mercenaries or something that aren't going to really protect him. They're just going to treat him as expendable and throw him down a hallway of traps or something. I don't know what you adventurers get into, but you know the kind of people I'm talking about. Those individuals who they don't have respect for their companions. They just use people. And I don't want them to fall in with one of those groups. But I appreciate your consideration. I'm sure you have many things that you need to get to. Is there anything else that you wish to discuss before I get back to this paperwork?
Nope.
No, I'll just say this though. We've been really happy with all your service, so don't listen to too much of the rumors. We don't know how much control we have or anything. I don't want to make promises we can't keep, but that's not coming from us.
We
I
put in a
appreciate
good
that.
word for your work, and we'll do so again.
Oh, your trust in my services, I very much appreciate that. And if there's anything that I can do to prove myself, as you said, please let me know. I live to serve, and I will do as much as I can while I'm in this role. Thank you for your time, and I will I'll take my leave. I said I'm sure you have many things that you must do, so blessings upon you. Walk with the light of Halen and all of the other gods to see to your protection. You see, he smiles as he says this and makes his way out of the room.
So Gordon will watch him leave. He kind of leans back and he just starts. He's just laughing. And he looks at your faces and he just keeps laughing. What?
Why are you laughing?
You guys didn't see that?
See what?
Dude, dude, he was being so shifty and deceptive through the entire conversation. You don't trust that guy, do you? He gets-
Yeah, I mean, he's never done anything but help us out here.
well,
What
I just met him.
don't you trust?
I just met him, but yeah, that dude is shifty and deceptive.
Interesting.
Oh, I thought you guys knew. I thought you were playing him along by saying we said you were great at your job
Oh.
and all that. No? Oh.
Do you think he's stealing from the treasury?
Well, no, I don't have any evidence of that, but
Well, he has access to it.
now he's shocked as he look at you and realizes that you guys didn't know and is just like, well, look, I just met the dude, but I got some really shady and deceptive vibes from that guy. Okay, just heads up. I mean, it is what it is.
Did you get those impressions from Melena?
No. I was actually, to be honest, I've never been in such presence of greatness like that, so I was a little awestruck. It was just me, but with that dude, it just seemed obvious to me. I thought you guys do. Sorry.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I'm not much for managing a place like this. So if he is, he's pretty. If he's being a shifty, deceitful kind of guy, then he's pretty good at it. But heck, if I know.
I mean, there's a lot of things he talked about. Vin and mom, and then the treasury, Melania, and then he went on this babysitting mission. Like, really?
Well, what do you think his aim was then?
Dude, I don't know. I just got here. Like, it could be anything. It could be, well, money, right?
Well, he's got easy access to a lot of money, so I mean, if he wanted it, he could probably take it.
When's the last time we looked at the treasury? Made sure there was stuff in there.
When we withdrew 3,000 of it to get you eyes back.
Oh, okay. So we saw the money was in there at that point.
Well, I suppose Lord Tannen brought it to you. I'm not sure how that transaction happened. I wasn't personally there for that, but
Yeah, I would
he was
say you
able.
guys can assume that you don't physically go into the treasury unless you specify, like, hey, we want to go there. So you haven't physically been in the treasury, I think, since the time you guys found the hero stones kind of nearby. But as far as like, signing off on documents to use the funds, then there's like individuals that handle the transfer of the money at that point.
I mean, it could be anything from banging Vin's mom to money at the treasury to this babysitting thing. I just thought you guys should know. And he'll clear his throat and kind of stop laughing and feels embarrassed.
Okay. All right. I guess we keep an eye on.
Need to put some nanny cams in this place.
Nanny kid.
Well, if he is doing some wrongdoing, I'm sure Milena is and her guard presence is competent enough to suss that out without us. But I will say that for as long as we have known him, he's been nothing but helpful. Maybe he has ulterior motives beyond what we've seen, but I don't see a reason to, burn bridges right now.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
Okay. Well, you guys want to head back in the morning time, or do people need to do more stuff in the city here? How long do we have till the council meeting? A week or so?
I think it's a little bit longer than that.
8 or 9 days.
11
by my
days.
count?
10. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to sleep in a bed for once tonight.
Sounds good. Hey, Adam, can I ask you a question about locate object? I'm just being creative here. It said, I'm gonna post it. It says that describe a name or object familiar to you. So here's my heist plan, right? If I go to the treasury and I see a specific gold bar, that wouldn't be specific enough for me to locate it like 5 days later or in a month to see if it's still there or if it's somewhere else. That's kind of my plan.
So as a reminder, gold bars aren't like real things. That's just an accounting term. So in the treasury, you would find stacks of coins, silver, copper, gold coins. There might also be some like maybe jewels, gems, depending. Probably not a lot based on how much you guys have total funds. There's also probably things like maybe a couple pieces of artwork, that kind of thing. So yeah, you could certainly like look at something specific and try to remember it. But I would say there's not necessarily a guarantee that the same stuff is in the treasury at all times. If that was something you were wanting to do, it would make. I guess I'm trying to figure out what is it specifically you're trying to figure out. Like, is stuff moving around? Is that what you're trying to determine?
So it would be like, okay, let's say there's a necklace in there that's maybe a piece of jewelry that's unique. And I look at it, I go to Treasury, look at it. I'm like, okay, I'm going to remember this piece of jewelry. And in a month, I'm going to locate it or wherever I'm about. And if it's somewhere else than where it should be, then it would help determine if there's been thieving from our vault.
So yes, that would work from how you just described it. However, what I would say to keep in mind is that as you spend money, then the stuff in the treasury changes, right? So for example, when you spend a gold bar, because a gold bar is not a real thing, you're
Yeah.
spending coins, perhaps that piece of jewelry, right? So the fact that it's not there anymore, it wouldn't be a guarantee that it's been stolen, right? Like
Right. You could be at a.
the only way
Go ahead.
that would work would be is if you put something in the treasury and the intention was for it to stay there. Like if you said, hey, this, nobody take the, I don't know how you would do that, but if you did
Yeah.
something like that and then check to see if it's still there, then maybe
Or if
that
I
works.
locate it at his house, for example,
Sure.
locally or something. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a classic bait thing that cops can do, like the marked bills, things like that.
Yeah, I would say if you use this and it showed up in Tanit's house, yeah, regardless of what it was, that's probably a bad sign.
Anyway, that's all I was thinking. Yeah, we can go to bed, I guess.
Okay, yeah. If there's no other activity you guys want to take care of in the city, then yeah, we can advance as you guys go to your respective rooms. Gordon, you don't necessarily have a room here in the castle, but they're happy to give you a room since you are now a counselor. The specific room probably doesn't matter too much, just in case you get like attacked or something though tonight. Did you want to be on the third floor? I think it's third or fourth floor, if I remember correctly.
Well, Gordon wouldn't care as long as he has three hots and a cot. He's would be grateful wherever the staff sends me.
All right, then I am just going to randomly assign you a room.
Perfect.
Okay. Luckily, you're not attacked tonight, but yes, you guys do indeed manage to sleep comfortably throughout the night. This will qualify as a long rest, so I'll apply that to all of you. You can feel free to recharge anything that comes back on a long rest that wasn't recovered from that automation there. And yeah, it is the next day in the morning, and it
Weariness,
is.
guys. Right? You want to
Yes.
take weariness away? Mine's still at my movement speed, Adam.
Yes. So each one of your, unfortunately, each token that you have is actually a different token. So I need to update your default token. But for right now, I'll just go ahead and set this one so you can update that. Okay, yeah, so guys, it is a chillier day when you wake up this morning, and you notice that there is quite a bit of fog. You can see it kind of seeping through the windows on the upper levels of the castle. It is foggy looking outside. You can't really see a ton, but yeah, we are on the next day.
Adam, I'm gonna spend a few minutes clicking spells to
Okay.
prepare for this day.
Yep, feel free to just throw in chat when you are ready to go. Everybody else, anything specific or anything else you wanted to take care of before you guys head out?
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw, but I would like to learn the Earthbind spell. So I've deducted the 100 gold to transcribe it. It's second level, right?
I think, yes, I believe it is. So yeah, as long as you've got the time, I always forget the rules on that, but I think it shouldn't be a problem. Serena, I'm sorry, it sounded like you were speaking up as well.
Yeah, I'm going to check up on the status of the restructuring of the city guard and make sure everything is in working order with the troops at large.
Okay, give me a blind check, Serena. Okay, yeah, so the adjustments that you have set into motion and trying to get things a bit better organized, it seems as though things are going pretty well. The common issues that you would expect to be in the ranks are of course still there. When you check in with like the relative leaders in different spots, they pretty much all always say, yeah, pay's not great. It would be great if we had more money to give to the soldiers and to give to the guardsmen. That would make them morale higher. But nothing out of the ordinary, just kind of like regular griping that the soldiers and guards are known for. Everything seems to be in decent shape.
Thanks.
Sure thing. Anybody else?
Now, if we're back together again, I will just say, Dwali did mention that he wanted an armed escort. Are we saying that's just us, or did we want to try to get a group of soldiers together to guard the camp while we're not there?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say let's bring them along. We could come and help maybe take care of the Grell if they're right there. Otherwise, if if it doesn't show up in like the first day or so, then we can take our leave and leave the soldiers with them.
They didn't seem much help when we were there the first time. Are we sure we want to take the potential collateral damage with us?
Well, one way or another, we're going to have to eventually, because, I mean, Dwali indicated that this extraction of the gold may take a significant amount of time. I don't think they're going to be done in a week before we have to come back for the session of council. So at some point, we're going to need to send people to protect them while they work. If we take them with us, that's just one less thing we have to worry about later, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well,
Serene?
if they want to go in knowing that the girl could still be there, that's their call.
Yeah, we definitely need him.
Maybe Serena, if some of those guards that want more pay, if you could peel a couple of them off for a special mission.
Yeah, I'm happy to find folks that are up for it.
Didn't Shifty Tannenbaum say something about Vin's stone or something? Is that something we should be looking for?
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
if the Countess took it from him, then retrieving it would be potentially draw her ire.
Oh, so
So-
what is that anyway?
I don't want her taking mine either.
Oh, you guys have stones or something?
Me
Yeah.
and Serena have one.
like a family heirloom type thing that was well hidden in the vault, and in hindsight, I think perhaps the siblings were supposed to go down there and receive him, but
I thought maybe it was one that wasn't there one that I found that if he died, he didn't die or something?
That was a
Oh.
crystal.
Yeah, she did say crystal. Yeah, I thought they were talking about the hero stone, but they might have actually been referring to the crystal of the Allfather.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm wondering, right? Because I mean, I hate to say it, but I was thinking if they had to execute him, I mean, not that I want that to happen, of course, but if they did that, then him coming back to life may seem like a miracle, right? You know?
Yeah, they must have found it. I told him to hide it way up there, but he didn't. He probably didn't listen.
Yeah, maybe he had a big meal or something, and he had to take it out.
Yeah, maybe they wouldn't let him scoop his shit. No.
No, keep going.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's what I thought he was talking, but I could be wrong. Maybe he had other stones.
No,
you know?
I think you're right, Tavard, because the hero stone like went into his dagger, right? And I don't know if we have a way to. I don't know if we have a way to easily extract them.
I think that's more likely. Yeah, because mine's in this cloak here. Yep. So they found the Keister crystal. That's okay.
I hope they washed it.
I hope they didn't. Serves them right. They did Vin a little dirty, so good for them to get a little dirty back.
So these hero stones, are there more of those laying around the castle?
I forget I said anything about those.
Okay. No,
we were
I
missing.
did. Yeah, I forgot about it already. No.
There, as far as we know, just because I know you're curious, I do not believe so. I believe they were given to the old Count, Vin's father, as a gift from the elves.
Right. Okay.
But there are only 3.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, makes sense. Right. Okay. So I have prayed last night, and I have learned some spells. I can locate a creature and your hammer, Tavard, and I think fate is on our side. Yep. Good luck, boys and girls. Today's the day.
More importantly, is your god on our side?
Oh yeah. Yep. May the odds be ever in our favor.
4th time's the charm.
Please don't sue.
I just imagine anybody watching these recordings is like, oh my god, when are they going to kill this damn thing?
Seriously.
Today, hang in there, guys. This is the session. Oh wait, we only.
I don't know. We got like 30 minutes. I don't know if we're
Never
gonna
mind.
get there.
Yeah. No, we're going quick. All right. I'm gonna tell Dwali to get his. They're all ready to go, so they're coming with us. And Serena, are you able to get some guards?
Am I?
So, as far as getting guards, is this like guards that you're talking about from like the city that you're just saying, "Hey, come with us"? Because you could do that. I mean, I would say guards you would know are not adventurers, right? So they're not particularly robust. Are you looking for that? Are you looking for like stronger? Like, give me an idea what you're looking for.
We just
Well, I
need
guess-
people to stand guard over the miners for when they're mining that gold. So
I mean, I would like it to be a volunteer mission, so looking for folks that are interested in the role of needing to potentially respond to odd threats.
I guess the question is, what does Dwali want? Like, we can't stay there forever. So what would he be comfortable with as far as a protection is concerned? Should we hash that out with him?
So I think to try to make this relatively short, the idea that I had in my head was, assuming you guys get the mine up and going, the cost of protection was going to be deducted from the overall amount of gold that comes in. So once you start extracting the gold, in my head, that was you were already going to have guards there, and the exact number wasn't particularly important. But if what you're saying is you want like actual tokens of guards with you that potentially are fighting with you, that's a different thing. That's more like hiring adventurers in a sense, right? So are we talking that you just want to bring let's say the typical guards that would be coming to protect this as part of the whole effort? Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about in addition to that?
I think the first one, as far as I can tell.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then you don't need to worry about individuals or the exact how strong they are or anything like that. You can assume that part of Dwali, again, you guys have the cut where they're getting 40%, you guys are going to get 60%, but that's of profits, right? So there's going to be costs that are involved in that, the cost of like tools, the cost of finding buyers for this stuff. So there's all of that, but I'm not going to make you guys worry about those kind of details. Basically, I'm just going to have a flat value after all costs, and protection is going to be one of those costs. So if it makes you guys feel better from a visualization standpoint, we can assume that you basically are telling Dwali like, yep, you and your team are going to be able to start extracting this gold once we get in there today. Like, we're going to sleep out overnight. The next day we're going to go in there and you guys are going to get set up and start extracting. If that's what you're telling them, then we can assume he's bringing the guards with him that he has already sort of worked on the exact costs and all of that stuff. So you can assume you've got like an entourage in tow of perhaps 40 people. That's the the dwarves and their team plus like 20 guard kind of deal.
Got it.
Cool. Yeah, sounds good to me. I don't know. What do you guys think?
That's what I was concerned about. Is we're gonna get there, set this up, and as long as they've got the protection they need to do what we've asked them to do, that's what I'm fine with. I'm not looking for like a big fucking unit to hunt down this one grell with us and have like 20 actions per
Perfect.
round, Yeah.
Not only does that cost make sense, that also is really appreciated from my end, so I don't have to worry about all those guys. All right, folks. Well, if there's nothing else like you want to take care of in town, then, and you guys are ready to head back, we can start moving with that.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll move a little bit expedited here. So you guys have your provisions. You've got Dwali and crew and guards. You leave on the 11th of the month. You sleep out overnight. You wake up on the 12th of the month. You went from like a colder than normal day to a warmer than normal day. So now it's kind of kind of crazy, or you kind of are all bundled up, and then it's like, wow, this is like 15 degrees warmer today than it was yesterday. So it's a real shift. But yeah, it's not like it hurts you or anything like that. But it's now the 12th of the month. You guys then make your way underground. Once you get underground, I'll go ahead and throw you guys on that map. It's basically going to be just you guys underground while Dwally and his crew and guards wait outside. So because they know you're going to look for this Grell and try to kill it, they're basically saying, take a day. If you find it right away, great. But if not, take a day, look, see what you find, come out, let us know, and then we're going to come on in. Does that work for everybody?
Yep, that works for me.
Yep.
Okay, so it is the 12th of the month. You guys are in. Tell me what you're doing.
All right, guys. Look, I can pop a locate creature. I can find him. I've seen him. I'm familiar with him according to spell description. Of course, all subject to DM's ruling, but it lasts an hour. So get into where we last saw him maybe, and we pop it, or do you want to go to the Grell chamber and I pop it?
Well, if we're going to use the oil, we probably want to know where it is ahead of
Yeah.
time. If we bumble into it, then that's 1,000 gold down the drain, because we're not going
Yeah.
to have time to apply it during combat. So I think we can go as far as the mushroom chamber at least, and then I don't quite remember the scale of this place from the map, but if you think that the Grell chamber is within half a mile of that, that would work.
Yeah, 1,000 feet.
So I'll pop that. That's going to be a big one. Our fallback is I can try to find his Tavard's hammer if we think that the Grell took it for some weird
I
reason.
would do that last. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I appreciate the respect, right? But let's see how we do against knowing where the Grell is.
Yeah.
Because I don't see why the Grell would take my hammer.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So I'll do locate creature. Whenever we think, just tell me when to pop it. You guys take 10 minutes to put that nasty stuff all over yourself. Really?
Took you guys an hour to put on shoe polish.
Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, Tavern. For no particular reason,
Nicely done.
Serena and Gordon, please throw me blind checks. That shoe polish is gorgeous.
Man,
I can't help but feel that this is going to come back to bite us in some way, somehow.
It's starting to feel like fish lady kind of stuff.
let's not talk about my boots anymore. I think we're fine. We just focus on the ground.
They look great, though.
They do look polished.
I can see my face now.
I ain't looking at them.
All right. Does it seem like the Grell chamber would be within 1,000 feet of the mushrooms?
If you had to guess, you would say no. So taking you back to Dwally's map, again, this is very rough measurements, but it took you about 20 minutes to go from here to here. So you're pretty sure this is way over 1,000 feet.
What about from here to the Grell chamber? This little section.
So remember, this is all really abstract, but if it's really important to you, like where you are, basically 1,000 feet is going to be like there.
Okay.
And what do I do? What do I do with the oil?
If you're wanting to apply it, essentially what you do is you open the stopper and you pour it onto your hands and then you apply it all over yourself. So almost think of it like moisturizer, and you're moisturizing head to toe, except it's all on your gear, your body, your clothing, everything.
Is that an action?
It takes 10 minutes to apply. So it's many actions.
Dang.
I don't think we should break out the oil unless we know where the Grell is.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it does last 8 hours.
It
Should I-
always pops up on us when we least expect
Well,
it.
let me see, look. Let me take a little moment to clear my mind and see if Sarah can help me find this Grell that you call him. If now's a good time, I'm ready to pop it.
You can try. Could be in a lot of different places, though. Don't be sad if your spell doesn't work.
Oh, no. There's always a chance. We got this. Sarah, help me find that growl.
All right, you cast this spell, and you search for this particular creature that you described because it's familiar to you, up to 1,000 feet away, and no, you do not detect it.
Okay. All right. Nothing in the area. We gotta move.
Yep, let's move fast so that way that spelly from your girlfriend Sarah there works.
Yep. And then when I get a ping, you lather up, and we go.
Yep.
Grow
Does it-
chamber or Orogs? We saw him last at the Orogs, guys.
Let's do Grow Chamber then.
I thought we were within 1,000 feet of the grill chamber.
We are, yeah.
Oh, but are we able to? Is that the full Grow Chamber that we're able to see, or just to the Grow Chamber?
Let's walk 5 minutes in that direction, and if he doesn't get a ping, we go back to the Orog chamber where
Okay.
we last saw it. Perhaps
Roger
it's
that.
waiting for other Orogs to come back home.
This is why we listen to Celine.
So the way you're describing this, I'll be honest and say I hadn't thought that's the way this spell worked. So let me just read this over one more time real quick.
Darn it.
Because it sounds like you're saying, oh, I didn't detect him, but I'm still concentrating, so I can reactivate it again. But I'm not necessarily seeing that anywhere in the text.
Oh, it's not. I'm concentrating for an
You
hour. I
sense the-
assumed.
You sense the direction as long as the creature is within 1,000 feet of you. So I think that if we come within 1,000 feet of it, as long as he's still concentrating on it, he'll suddenly notice it. It doesn't say anything about the spell failing if it's not in range when he casts it.
Okay, yeah. For now, I'll go with that. I can't say for sure. This is one of those kind of like corner cases. It doesn't really come up very often. So I will say you don't detect it. We'll go with that interpretation just for now, and then I'll try to remember to read this afterwards. Okay, so you guys are essentially walking on into the Grell chamber at this point, right?
Well, yeah, I want to make
Yeah.
sure I can. Yeah, we go into the drill chamber. Yeah, sure.
All right, so you enter the Grell chamber. Again, there's no pinging, right? So I'm going to say you still don't detect it anywhere. Once you get to the Grell chamber, you pass through to like the middle of the Grell chamber. You don't detect it anywhere. You get to the other side of the Grell chamber. You don't detect it.
Hustle back to the Orogs then,
Yeah.
or where we last saw it.
Okay, and so are you taking the path like this back to the Orogs, or are you doing the around?
Shortest route, I think, because we
Yep.
only got an hour.
Shortest route. Yep.
All right, so this would be your shortest route, and that's still going to probably take you 20 minutes or so. So you make your way across through the tunnels, moving at a healthy pace, making your way back to the Orog area, trying to detect this creature. You don't detect it.
Well,
Let's go close to that toxic tunnel that we never went in.
He's so shy.
Yeah, let's go this way. And then go over towards the toxic tunnel, because at least then we're near the waterfall in case we have to go that high.
All right, not hearing any objections. We will assume you guys make your way here. You do this whole stretch. You get to here, and then you start making your way to the east. So you can assume that's probably another 20 minutes or so. So you've used about 40 minutes of this spell. You don't detect them anywhere in this area.
Where the heck did that thing go?
I mean,
This happens every time.
we've like 20 minutes left. The only options I can think of is that we go towards the waterfall. At least that would confirm that it's not lying in wait for our expedition. Or the other possibility is we could go over to the lizard folk and see if they've seen it, but they say they run from it every time, so I don't think they're going to be much help.
I think we should go up to the waterfall and the ghost troll area, and if we need to, because if the spell runs out, then go see the lizard folks.
Sure.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so you guys make your way back here, go up the long tunnel, make your way over to the waterfall. You do not detect it at any point. And I will also say, based on that last part of the spell there, Gordon, spell can't locate a creature if running water at least 10 feet wide blocks a path between you and the creature. You know there's a whole lot of water down here, but everywhere that you've looked, you haven't seen it. It hasn't lashed out at you. You haven't found it, and that would be about your full spell.
Damn it. We got this. No, there's still a chance. Hang in there.
Yeah, let's just make it safe for the miners to come in, and then we can go girl hunting.
Let's check that ghost troll area though, because there's not really anything there. So I think maybe we should at least check it out.
And just to confirm, this is essentially just face rolling, right? Like seeing if you bump into it.
Pretty much, right?
Nothing
You know?
else.
All right. So you spend maybe 10, 15 minutes, make your way over to the ghost troll area. You don't see it anywhere in that vicinity. No dangers here. It looks very cleared out. Are you climbing up to the second level to go this way, or good enough there?
We've learned our lesson. I don't want to do that again.
I could climb
No.
up.
Yep, yeah, you could, Tavrix. Again, if you fall, it's not going to hurt you. So if you want to assume you spend a couple of minutes and get you up there without any check, yeah, you get to the top. Nothing that's obvious there. Cross the bridge up there, just peeking around. You see no dangers, no sign of the growl.
All right. Instead of a couple of minutes, Adam, it only takes me 30 seconds, just to clarify. You know.
Fair. Oh, perfect. Fair enough.
Yeah. You know, role playing purposes, of course.
Do
All
you
right,
think
folks.
it would have jumped down to those weird structures you guys found near the lava? Would it have possibly flown down there?
I don't think so. We never found any like living things it could feed on other than like a golem made of stone.
Hmm.
We could peek down there, but I mean, so here's the thing, right? Its hunting strategy seems to be to try to pick people off, like at the tail end of groups. We've got a big group of like 40 people here. I don't think it's going to attack such a large contingent. Obviously, we still want to kill it for like revenge, but I think we can bring the. I think if the group all stays together, we can bring the expedition in here and get them started at least. If we want to go off on our own and look for the grill some more, we can, but I think getting this operation up needs to take priority to try to recoup all the costs we've expended to get here.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to just talk to the lizard folk and make sure that they're all okay and the grill hasn't decimated them too?
Yeah, and I think it may give good, good karma too, right? If we make sure the lizard folks know the grill's still alive, even if it's not down there.
Yeah, and know that our mining team is coming in, so they know not
Yeah.
to kill them. Okay.
Are we
Let's go
concerned
talk to
about
them.
the polar bear things?
No, just don't go in the water.
Yeah, we just avoid the water.
Didn't we kind of have to go in the water though to get to them? I know there was a path to by land, but we had to cross the water to get to it.
So it sounds like you want to head that way, and then that decision will have to be made. So I'm going to go ahead and do that for you guys first. So you make your way over across back to the Grell chamber. You head east, and then you start heading south towards the Lizard Fork lair. So you can assume you're about 1,000 feet out from the Lizard Fork lair at this point, and yeah, feel free to decide how you want to approach.
I think we avoid the water if possible, and whatever the dry land route is, if we can take that. Otherwise, I can make someone fly with my loop.
I won't be able to jump the gap. Is my issue, but I can. If you'd save that, I can Misty Step over. I'm just the spell slots are important if we find the Grell, you know.
Well, Blixel, you seem to have the most rapport with them, so can you just do the levity thing and kind of crawl your way around and see what's going on?
Yeah, sure. I can go ahead and try to talk to him.
All right, and then yell for backup. We got you.
Oh no, he's gonna get ambushed by the Grell on the way, isn't he?
What could go wrong?
Putting you guys on the map because it sounded like there might have been a little bit of splitting up there, and I want to make sure I know where everybody's at.
Do you want to do the? Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to cast fly, that may be quicker for you.
Yeah, let me just do fly out of my loot.
I mean, you'll be closer to the grow when it comes out of hiding.
So yeah, Blixel will cast fly on himself using the loot
Okay.
and try to zoom over to the lizard folk.
All right. As you zoom through this passageway, Blixel, please
Oh,
throw
God.
me. I'm going to allow you to do this publicly. Please throw me a perception check.
Are you fucking serious?
How did you guys not see this coming?
I saw
Oh,
it coming.
I
I
did,
literally
I did.
said it.
All right. You do not see anything. You are surprised as you're coming around this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal this token, and then I'm going to be moving your token just a bit here, Blixel. So as you make your way around this stretch, you're currently flying. How high up in the air are you? If I remember correctly, the chamber between the water to the ceiling here is about 20 feet.
I'm like halfway, so 10 feet up.
All right, you're at the 10-foot mark. Okay, so as you're flying on through, I'm going to unlock tokens just to put you to here, because it's as you're coming through, you spot this, or you don't spot this, I should say, but that's where it's going to react. So I'm going to go ahead and put us into initiative.
Can't believe this shit is fucking happening again.
I'm going to go ahead and throw the other players on as well, but you guys are all surprised for the first round.
Is it wielding a hammer in one of its tentacles?
It is not, no.
You'd be doomed, dude.
Be better for us.
So Celine's turn essentially passes. Again, surprise, not much you can do. All right, as you zoom to here, the Grell is indeed going to attack. So, let's see, Blixel, I will need a...
I'm going to spend a card real quick.
Okay, sure. All right, rally the troops. At any time, you and your group get advantage on your next saving throw within 1 minute. Yeah, that could certainly help.
I will also play a card.
Okay.
Spend them if you got 'em, boys.
Okay, so Precision Jinx. When an enemy attacks you or an ally, attack is made at disadvantage. All right, well, yeah, since we're doing some cards here, let's see.
Oh, no.
You got nothing. You got nothing. Keep looking.
Celine, why don't you go ahead and spend your card as well?
Yeah, you got it. I'm clicking and it's not doing anything.
It must be broken.
It's broken. I
We can
can't.
meet up next week, guys, with new cards.
There. I dropped it. Fuck. I lost it in the darkness.
No worries, no worries. All right, this is the uncoordinated defense card. Everybody has a -1 penalty to defense rolls for 1 minute. All right, so let's go ahead and make sure we've got these cards up. We know what they're doing. I'll try to set these this way so we get at least a little bit of info on each one. Okay, so first attack would be at advantage because of being surprised and you not seeing the creature, but no, not really. But then because that card is spent, this means it would be at even. So it's going to be a tentacles attack. So I will need a defense roll from you, Blixel. This will be straight up, but -1 because of the card.
My
Okay.
God.
This will be a critical hit against you, Blixel. Please roll a
Hold on, let me read something. I have an ability. I just want to double check real quick. If you yourself, oh nope, go ahead.
Please throw a piercing crit, Blixel. And also, you're currently concentrating on fly through the loot, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to throw the concentration icon on you as well. Okay, so true crit plus a bleed effect. All right, that is going to be 17 points of piercing damage, Blixel. Go ahead and apply that.
I did. It didn't make me roll concentration.
It's a little bit slow. There it goes. Okay, so as it grapples you, it's pulling you closer to it. Let me unlock the tokens. It is then going to attack you with its beak. Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, so you are grappled and restrained when the tentacles hit you, and you have to make a Constitution saving throw. You have the card for advantage. Quick reminder, guys, throw a purple dot on you so we know you still have the advantage on a saving throw. Blixel, you don't have to worry because I'm sure you're spending yours right now. It's not a spend. It just happens automatically. So con save at advantage.
Oh, God.
Okay, you fail this
Can I-
save.
Can I spend a hero point to try to get that somewhere close?
You can. You can use your reaction to spend that. So that gets you up to a 15, which is a success.
All right. Yes.
Really important.
All right, you are, however, then attacked again, and now because you are grappled and restrained specifically, this
Can
attack.
he see him now? Is the creature or this creature still invisible to him?
Why are you asking?
Because I have a card that I'd like to play, but
Ooh, I don't know if I should
probably
tell you that
can't now.
information.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know if I should tell you that information. That sounds like meta information. Like, oh, will my card be really effective right now? I don't
Just
know about
play
that
it.
one.
And other question: Can
Fourth
can
time
Blixel let out a girlish scream when
I
he
don't
gets
think-
pulled?
Yeah.
He certainly can.
All right, he does so. He screams high pitched and surprisingly like.
All right, so if anybody's familiar with Scary Movie when the dude's on the chair outside, one of those deals, right? So you hear a
Oh, yeah.
loud girly scream coming from down, echoing the tunnels. So Tabard, do you want to gamble and spend whatever card you're thinking of, or no?
No, because I don't think it's gonna work.
Fair
So,
enough. All
all
right.
right.
So second attack against you, Blixel. This one now is at advantage, so disadvantage in your defense roll. Okay, so that is a 15. You are struck. And that will be for 10 points of piercing damage. You fail concentration on the fly, so you're no longer flying, but you are currently grappled. And then I'm going to pass the turn just so you guys don't... Or actually, I don't even see the... hang on one sec, guys.
He's got to add the other monsters in the initiative.
No. Actually, it's the little indicator isn't working properly, so I'll have to play without it for now. But before Gordon's turn, what I will say, Blixel, is the creature is moving and, of course, pulling you with that. Okay, Gordon is surprised. Surprise ends. Serena is surprised. Surprise ends. Tara's surprised. Surprise ends. Blixel surprised. Surprise ends. Saline, you heard this girlish cry coming from down the way. Your turn.
God, do I hate being right all the time. Guys, you're gonna have to get in there. So I come here, and I will upcast fly from our original plan to get Tavard and Serena in there as fast as possible. So,
Alright.
yeah, we are casting this at level 4 on those two. So they now have a flight speed of 60 feet. And then I'm going to use the rest of my movement, 15, 20, 25, 30. Coming around.
Okay, now it is the creature's turn. Blixel, it is going to attack you with its tentacles. And because you're currently restrained, this will be at advantage. So defense roll at disadvantage, please. All right, you spend a reaction, which you have back because your turn has passed. Okay, so let's see. Attack roll is disadvantage. All right, so that makes this straight up. So just a straight up defense roll. 17. Yes, this will still hit you.
Can I spend a hero point? Or no, you can't spend hero points on defense rolls.
You could, but unfortunately, it takes a reaction, which you just used for telekinetic parry.
Okay.
So that means this will hit you. And that'll be for 11 points of piercing as those tentacles continue squeezing you tightly. And then I need a con save. That is a success. All right, and then he will follow that up with a beak attack. So another defense roll at disadvantage. This will also hit. And that'll be for 12 points of piercing damage.
I'm dying here.
We know.
It's dragging me to the southwest.
All right, Gordon, your turn. And remind me, Saline, who has fly? Is it Tavern and Serena? Did I hear that right?
Everett and Serena,
Okay, perfect.
the guys who need to close to melee to be most effective.
Go, guys. May Sarah bless all of us. I'm doing this at level 2. Go, go, go! All of so the 4 of us are blessed.
Okay.
Click your buttons on your sheet. As I do that, hold up. Okay, and now 20.
Be mindful of the algae. You could slip if you go too fast.
That's 30 anyway. Okay, so that's my movement. I'm close to. No, I'm gonna go there. I guess, Adam, you're gonna make me go there. That's fine. I think he's killed the polar bears. I hope. Action, movement, and my turn.
Okay, Serena.
Serena looks wistfully at her vial of oil of slipperiness and instead is drinking a potion a bonus action?
It is an action.
Oh, that's so lame. Let's get some eyes on here first.
You're flying, remember.
Ooh, I am flying.
So you don't have
Wait.
to go. You don't have to go along the paths.
Go over the water.
You
Can I
gotta
back
get there.
that up? Is that alright?
Yes, yeah. If you didn't realize you were flying, you can. So that's 25 feet so far to there.
And isn't it is it a higher fly speed?
60 feet.
60 feet.
Yeah.
So that's
Like so?
60.
And I say, am I going the right direction? Where the heck is he?
Blixel screamed that he was being taken to the southwest. Is that what you said, Blixel?
I'm gonna use my action to dash because
Okay, you
I
can move
don't
another 60 then.
know where he is. I don't see you!
Help me!
Does she hear the direction he's crying out from?
I would say probably not, just because all of this is happening, in 6 seconds. I think you got 3 more to go, so 2 more. 1 more.
I see a health bar.
Ah! Oh my god, he's so far away, you guys. I see you, Blixel! Hold on! Can I end my turn there, or
You
am I
can,
gonna
because you are
end with the
flying.
water? Okay. Well, I don't think there's much else I can do. So I'll just end my turn.
Okay, Tabard.
All right, it's an action. I'm drinking my potion. And
Which potion?
I only have the one potion, the potion of see invisibility.
Okay, got it.
And then I'm also going to use a key point to be able to use my bonus action as for a dash.
Okay.
Figured it's easier to just do all that now, you know?
Yeah, it works for me.
Adam, that's going to be
I'm
30.
gonna say she went that way. She went that way as I see you flying.
I'm going to go ahead and get the ruler out for this. That was 30 for me, Adam. So I'm just going to go ahead and move my 60 first, okay?
Yep.
And then I'm going to go ahead and do another 60. All right, and I'm going to yell, they're down here to the left. All right, and that'll end my turn.
Okay, Blixel, currently grappled, restrained. What do you do?
He's going to cast Cure Wounds on himself
Okay.
at 3rd level. Oh my god. I rolled so bad. Alright, so I get 10 back.
That is a rough roll, yes.
And I guess as a bonus action, he will inspire Serena. And goes, if anyone can kill this thing, it's you, Serena. And he'll use a Bardic Inspiration to inspire her. And that is the end of his turn.
Okay.
If the lizard folk hear him shouting and want to come to his aid, because they're such good friends.
I hope so. Oh, I gotta end my turn, sorry.
Okay, Celine.
30 feet to here is a misty step. I will click that so it burns the slot. Whip. We're going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and I will use my action to drink my potion of see invisibility.
Okay.
That is all I got.
Okay. Blixel, I need another 2 defense rolls, both at disadvantage. Okay, you are struck on the first one. Be 16 points of piercing damage. Looks like that is going to drop you.
As he goes down, then I'm going to do it at 3rd level.
Okay, this is a different one. I don't think I've seen this one yet.
Oh, holy shit.
Yes, let's stun this guy.
Was this your plan all along?
No, no, but it's a backup plan, you
If
know?
it works, right?
I'm trying to figure out which book this spell came from. I don't think I've ever read this one.
I think it's
It
one of
looks
the
like some-
Kobold Press ones,
yeah.
but
It's like some kobold press bullshit.
I checked the banned spells and it wasn't in there, so
It's not, because this comes from Tome of Horror or Tome of Heroes, whatever it's called, and I haven't got to that book yet. Let me just read real quick.
I feel like when you fall unconscious is a pretty big limiting.
It definitely is, but honestly, my main concern is plus the amount of damage you took, right? Because that means that, let's say, and again, you always try to look for really ridiculous examples that would obviously make it broken. So this would be like if you got hit by a very powerful creature, and let's say they dealt 125 damage to you, and that dropped you to 0. Baseline, you automatically do 125 damage to them with no chance of them resisting that.
but it has to be a weapon attack, you know? Is this a weapon attack?
I mean, technically, it would be considered a weapon attack. It's
A natural
tentacles.
weapon. If we're up against a creature that does 125 damage, I think we
Yeah.
have bigger problems than a third
I think
level
the
spell.
balance, Adam, is that it is a weapon attack. It's not like a big old fireball necklace or something.
Yeah, I think honestly, my concern is this is a first level spell that has
Oh yeah.
unlimited damage potential based on how much damage an enemy does to you. So honestly, Blixel, I'm gonna have to say no, can't use the spell, because just on a first read, this just seems absolutely ridiculous.
All right, fair enough. I am unconscious then.
Well, for this session, Adam, would you consider just like plus 1d8 plus his proficiency bonus with the potential stun effect?
Honestly, I feel like stunning is huge. So if you really want to use this right now, here's what I would say. This is my really quick gut reaction, is you can deal, it'd be a spell effect roll. If they fail to save, they'll take 1d8 radiant damage per level of the spell, and there's a chance for them to be stunned until the end of their next turn. Right? That means you could stun them for a full turn, but it's not going to be a stun that could potentially last for a minute. That's absolutely insane. And then damage-wise, yeah, plus the amount of damage you took, that's insane. So if you want to use this at third level, what that would be is 3d8 radiant damage to the creature, save for half, also a chance for stun. If they succeed on the save, you fail your spell effect roll, then no stun, but still half damage.
Okay, I'll just use a first level spell then, in that case.
Okay.
For it.
So throw me a spell
Well,
effect roll.
you're dying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, sure, fine. Third level. Fine then. All right,
Burn it
third
if you
level.
got it.
Use a 10th level if you got it.
Okay. So spell effect roll.
Yep, spell effect roll. And see, this is con save. Okay. Yeah, that will work. So,
Nice.
So roll 3d8. This will be 3d8 radiant damage. All right, so you deal damage to it, and now it's stunned until the end of its next turn.
Okay, cool.
Does that mean he drops Blixel because he's stunned?
Ooh, I don't know. Let me see if that says anything.
Yeah, sorry. I thought that spell was pretty OP, but it wasn't on the list, so I was like, oh, it must be okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, fair
so I took it.
enough. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, like I say, the main thing is there's just so much content out there that I started with Deep Magic, and then honestly, real life happened, so I haven't been as fast on those. But I haven't even gotten to that book yet. Otherwise, it will definitely be on the list. But yeah, I appreciate the flexibility of taking a quick ruling. So what I'm gonna say is, based on reading stunned here, I don't see anything about like you drop things in your hand, and when they say, when they want it to do that, it will say that. So I'm gonna say no, you are still stunned. However, essentially it can't bite you now or beak you, because that's what it was going to do for 2 death saves. So your HP, of course, goes to 0. You've dealt damage to it. It is stunned until the end of its next turn. So its turn essentially just ends, because that's the turn. It's no longer stunned. Now it's Gordon's turn.
All right. At least I get something with it.
Hey, good job, man. And Adam, I just say here, I thought that was cool of you to at least consider something on that. So
Throw him a bone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. And honestly,
It's
that's
my
just
dying wish.
that's my really quick read. So it might not be the same way next time, but I think that's reasonably good on just a gut call.
yeah.
Adam, I don't want to run around. I'm just gonna go swim through this water. We're in desperate mode. So I'm gonna go 5, 10, or 15 there.
So yeah, as soon as you touch the water, you're moving at difficult terrain.
15, that's 15, 25, 35, 45.
I'm
gonna
assuming
dash,
you're
obviously.
dashing. Okay, yep.
Yeah, 45, and that's 50, right?
Yes.
55, 60.
Okay, Serena.
Serena's gonna keep playing. Make it there. I'm going to rage.
Okay, the ground around you is now difficult terrain for your enemies.
And I'm gonna start swinging. Do I have advantage?
Not unless you have something special that gives it to you. It's no longer stunned, so no.
Oh, it's not stunned anymore?
No, because remember it was stunned until the end of its turn, and you did it when it hit you, right? So
Oh,
your
okay. I
reaction
thought
was
you
stunned.
said next turn, but in that case, I'm going to use a card.
Okay, yeah. All right, you're playing the charge card. Okay, you and your group gain advantage on your next attack roll within 1 minute. Okay, please add a pink dot for me, guys. I know this will be real close to the purple. I think there's a pink one in there, though. And one will be your charge, and one will be your save dot, and we'll take those off when we use them. So, all right, you have advantage on your next attack, Serena. Okay, let's see. So it looks like that should hit, but you will notice that the creature waves its tentacle, emitting a barrier of force, which is going to block that attack, Serena.
Oh my god, this guy's got so many tricks! Extra.
Did you count your? Was that with your bless and everything though?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That one will break through the barrier and connect. All right, you have wound to the grell as you strike it with Shipwrecker.
Alright, get up here, Tavern, let's do this!
Hey, Tabard.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and bonus action patient defense.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and Adam, that's 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna go ahead and try to go basically underneath the creature.
Yeah, you could totally do that. Hey, Serena, play your card for me, please.
God.
No thank you.
No, not yet. No, wait. You cannot benefit from flanking.
Oh, that's a boring.
Oh wow!
That's a
I'm
good
not.
one. If you had a red card, that's a good one to have.
Yeah, not if you're. Yeah, but that's okay. I still have advantage on all my attacks. And
You
stuff,
do, yeah.
But and I think I have a. I don't know. I think I have a +1, a -1, a plus. I don't know all the cards that are in play right now. But the important thing is I get to hit with my my new Warhammer, not my Grandpappy's. But let's see what it does.
That'll be
Hey!
a critical hit.
You know what? I'm gonna carve those numbers into this Warhammer after this is done. If
Gets
things
it
go
every
well.
fucking time. It's crazy.
All right, maximum damage and roll damage dice. Add that result and creature's knocked prone. Okay, so go ahead and post your damage. We're going to take max and then whatever you roll.
Nice. That's like one of the best ones you could get, I think.
Well, it doesn't have a major injury, or it didn't knock him out or something.
So you dealt 11, and then your max would be 15. So I'm going to do 26 points of damage to him. And let's see. And the creature is knocked prone. Unfortunately, he is immune to prone.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Oh, man, this thing.
All right, Adam, I'm going to go ahead and, what's better than hitting the crit once? It's hitting the crit twice.
And 18 will get absorbed by the force barrier.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know what else to say. I was going to try.
Hero points if you want.
All right, Blixel, it is your turn. I believe you're currently unconscious, right? I'm showing still HP on your bar, but I think you just haven't taken that away.
Yes, I am at negative, or I was at -1, so.
Yep, so lowest you can go is 0. Feel free to just set yourself to 0. No worries there. Set yourself to GM, please, and throw me a death save.
Before that, since it is a saving throw, right, Adam?
It is a saving throw. All right, you have spent the saving throw boon card immediately before you make the save at advantage. All right, so what I will have you do here, Blixel, is go ahead and roll it, put it to GM, roll it, and then obviously if either of the numbers on either side, I think it posts 2, and if not, we'll just have you roll a second time and we'll update. Okay, go ahead and yeah, okay, so you obviously know what the result there is, and feel free to update your sheet accordingly if it did anything bad. All right, that will be your turn, Blixel. We move to Celine's turn.
All right, we got to risk it for the biscuit. She saw Gordon trek through the water and didn't wake anything up, so... Do I think that if I go in there and the bear things are right here, like I'll get surprised and in my turn if they pop up right on top of me?
Actually, let me pause this for a moment and say, we're in the middle of the thick of things. We're at the top of the round. We're already like 15 minutes over. Do you guys want to continue, or do you guys want to pause it here and pick up on it next week?
I want to kill this motherfucker tonight. That's
Same.
what I'm
I'm down for continuing if other people are okay with it.
Yeah, I'm on the West
Yep.
Coast. I'm good.
All right, I'm hearing no complaints. We will continue. As to your question, Celine, you don't think you would be surprised if they were there, not mechanically surprised anyhow.
Well,
Hey,
I have to do it because otherwise I'm Misty stepping here, and then I'm going to have to Misty step over here to walk this way, and that's just not going to work. So we're going to go, that was 5, we're going to go 15 here. 25. And now I have to Misty step. So we're going to do that again. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, I can get to here. So I will deduct the spell slot for ease of use, because I think my thing is lagging again. Yep. And then we've got a bit more movement, so we're gonna go 5 more to here. Do I dash? I may as well. I'm going to dash just to get a little bit closer. So 5, 10, 15. I don't think I can move anymore. I'm staying here. And that ends my turn. That is action, bonus action, movement. I'm sorry, I'm frozen. I'm clicking enter and nothing is happening.
Yeah, no worries. I'll pass your turn. All right, creature's turn. It is going to move to here, and it is going to cling to the wall pretty closely, making sure it is out of vision of Celine since it saw her come around. It is then.
I can still see the edge of its token.
It's making sure you can't. So think of it as like squeezed, if you will, because it knows you're there and it knows you counterspelled it last time, and it wants to make sure that doesn't happen again.
It's such a little bitch. I just want it to know that.
It is then going to cast a spell, conjuring a fog cloud. With the fog cloud up, Celine, from where you are standing, you will notice Blixel's body come from out of the fog cloud, land in this deep water, and start sinking. All right, and then there's some additional movement. Gordon, your turn.
Great. Okay, here we go. I'm going to dash, of course. So here's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to there. Is this 30? All right, then I can go 10, 20. So 10, 20, 30 to there. That would be 60 feet of movement. It's my movement and dash.
Any sweet bonus actions you get there?
No, I'm a cleric.
Looks like the sandbox did crash. So I just restarted that. So as soon as you see it pop back up, you guys should be good again.
There we go.
All right. Anything? Okay, Serena, it is your turn.
Oh. Serena's gonna. So did Serena? You said that there was movement. Did Serena sense the fact that it's moved from where it was?
Definitely. I would even go so far as to say, like, tentacles have bumped into you and things. But do you know its exact position right now? You don't. Of course, if you want, you have a fly speed. You can, move around and see if you bump into it. And you could just say that you're doing that. You don't have to move around.
Okay. I will attempt to move around within the fog cloud.
All right. So the only thing I'll ask you to try to make this fair but quick is, are you moving this way first, or are you moving this? Well, you can't see that. Are you moving this way first, or are you moving this way first to try to bump into it?
I think I'll start with the right.
Okay, so as you make your way to the right to see if you can bump into it, you don't. You get to, like, about here. You're attacked from within the fog cloud by the tentacles. So I'll need a defense roll at disadvantage. Okay, that is going to strike you. That will deal 12 points piercing damage, and you're grappled and restrained now. And I need a con save. Yep, good reminder.
And your save is at advantage because of one of the purple cards.
All right, there you go. So go ahead and remove your purple bubble, and you have succeeded on that save. So you are now in this space. You are grappled from your west by the tentacles.
So I can swing in the direction of the tentacles.
You can, yes. The first attack will connect. Wounding the creature.
I'll swing again.
That will be a fumble. Actually, that'll just be a miss because it's your second attack.
And it will ham it.
That will also miss.
Come on, dice, pull together.
Okay, Tavern, you are thick in the fog.
I say, it's over here!
You hear that from somewhere in the fog, Tavern.
Right. Well, I also heard the splash in the water, so, I don't think this thing swims, so I would assume it was over there anyway. I'm going to go ahead and patient defense this.
Okay.
So at the very least, you know, maybe I'll make the attack even kind of thing. All right, I'm going to do the same thing, Adam, as far as flying around a little bit, you know, that type of deal. So feel free to move me where it's appropriate, I guess.
So, okay, so remember, you're about 20 feet of height here. So are you wanting to move up, down, up, down, up, down, or are you just moving straight across?
How high is the area itself?
So from the ground to the ceiling is 20 feet.
Okay, yeah. So I'll be mid feet in there because I think that would be, you know. So I'll say I'll probably at 10 feet.
Okay, so based on the path that you've taken so far, you're at the 10 foot in the air mark. You've moved 5, 10, 15. You have not bumped into the creature.
All right, I'm gonna go a little bit higher.
All right, so now you're at the 15 foot mark.
I mean, I'm trying to pretend like I wouldn't know where I am, right? You know what I'm saying? So
Which is always challenging, yes.
yeah, because I see Serena's token, so I'm trying to, what would my guy do, kind of thing, right? You know.
So you've
All,
exited the fog cloud at this point. There you are.
all right, so I'm gonna go ahead, and since I did not take an action, Adam, and I'm already in patient defense, I'm going to hold an action. If it's within range, I'll hit it if I can see him, or if I
Okay.
feel him around me. So.
Okay, I was trying to look up the rules on drowning because this, again, is something that doesn't really come up very often. Suffocating. Okay, there we go. Okay, creature can hold its breath, but you obviously can't because you're unconscious. So, yeah, so I'm going to put you right at the when a creature runs out of breath or is choking. What is your constitution modifier, Blixel?
1.
Okay, so there's some gurgling from that way. And I will also need you to go to GM and throw me another death save since you are below 0 and bleeding. All right, and so we will move to Salene's turn.
Am I still able to see him?
See who?
Blixel.
I would say you saw exactly where he landed and how he started going under, but you don't see him right at this moment.
Lights a cantrip. I'm gonna pick up a pebble and throw it in that area where he landed. That's interact with object and my action to light the pebble.
Okay. Yeah, you throw it down, it goes down. Yes, you do. You definitely see him now.
We're going to healing word him.
Okay.
We're going to healing word him when my character sheet loads.
It is moving very choppy all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Blixel, you are restored 6 HP.
And now I have my movement, so I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to here. Start making our way around.
So I'm going to describe it this way just in case this changes anything. Blixel, you are conscious, but you're currently drowning. Your lungs are filled with water. You come alive, essentially, but you realize you're in a very, very bad predicament.
But he's not dead, which was my goal. So...
Okay, before Gordon's turn... Okay, yeah, so Serena, you feel yourself be let go from the tentacles. Gordon, your turn.
I 10, 20, 30. I'm going to dash 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60.
Okay, Serena, your turn.
Can I swing out in the direction that the tentacles left me?
You can, yes. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Can I do that recklessly?
You can. All right, you swing through that area, but you don't connect anything.
Can I start moving around to see if I bump into it? Before I do my second attack?
You can. Are you moving like this and going up and down this way? Give me an idea where you're going.
Whichever way the tentacles let go of me in, that I sense that sort of movement.
That was from your west. So if you want, again, this is 20 feet up. You can spend 20 feet per square and know for sure whether it's in that square or not.
Wait, why 20 feet? Sorry,
because there's the ground all the way up to the ceiling, and the fog is covering that entire spot. So if you want to make sure, you're basically flying up, moving over 5 feet, flying all the way down, moving over, flying all the way up. Like you're basically hitting every square if you want to visualize it that way.
Let's see.
If not, you can just guess and say, I'm going to try this one, but not as likely.
It's such a big thing. I would feel like the tentacles, I would feel them somewhere.
You might if you're close by.
I mean, my ideal would be to cover like this whole area here. So going up and down.
If you basically move at the 10-foot mark, but remember, you're in the fog, so you're not even sure how high up or down you really are, right? But if you want to move, spend 10 feet per square, you can assume that you're moving through at the 10-foot mark, get back to here having spent 60 feet, and then if it's anywhere within that 10-foot mark, you would run into it.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, so you can put yourself where my pointer ends. You fly all the way through that area. You don't bump into anything. You feel no tentacles.
It's making a run for it! I can't even dash. I think that's all I can do. I say, did you get Blixel?
I see him.
Tabard, your turn.
All right, I'm going to go low at him to about 5 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to take the dodge action. I'm not going to use my key right now as my bonus action. We'll see what happens.
Okay. So I got you at like 15 squares of movement so far. How are you going so far?
Oh, wait a second. 60. So did I go too many?
You moved 3 extra than what I had you. So 5 feet per square, 12. Yeah, there you go. So that's a full 60 feet flying.
Yeah.
And again, I just want to throw out there, because of the way this works, obviously you can tell the creatures on the GM layer, so I'm not telling you that it wasn't in that hallway, but you didn't get there anyway, right? So you wouldn't have been able to see it. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to go with I just didn't. I miscounted. Sorry.
No worries.
So,
No worries.
I was so used to being able to go further. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and well, shoot. I'm going to go ahead and end my turn there. I'm not using my bonus action.
Okay. Okay, so Blixel, based on your 1 point of Constitution, what I'm reading here is that because you had no breath when you landed in the water because you were unconscious, essentially what happens is you immediately start dying now. If you had a higher Constitution, you'd had like 1 or 2 more rounds, but unfortunately, your HP goes right to 0, and now you are dying. So, with that in mind, essentially you don't have to make a death save this turn, but your turn does immediately end. Saline, your turn.
I can still see his ass
You can, yes.
from the light bubble.
Now,
We're picking him up again.
I guess what again, we're kind of playing this fast and loose at this point, I would say, because just because you get HP doesn't mean you're not drowning. Hopefully that makes sense.
I understand that, but if someone can dive in and rescue him, then and pull him out of the water, then he'll be okay.
Yeah, sure, absolutely, yeah.
So I will call that out to the flying people that Blixel needs to be extricated from the water, and then I will cast Healing Word again, just so that he is conscious.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you take this back because I'm reading this again, and the way exactly it's worded, it says at the start of its next turn, it drops to 0 hit points and is dying, and it can't regain hit points or be stabilized until it can breathe again. So I knew there had to be something in there because otherwise it's just like ping pong, right, with the life. So no worries that it worked the first time. We're gonna just give that one to you, but this time I will say it's not gonna work.
Get him out of there, guys. I can't heal him until he can breathe again. And then I will instead, with my first level spell, I will cast Destroy Water to try to clear out some of this fog. I know I won't be able to get all of it, but we're going to just give ourselves a little bit of sight radius here. So a 30-foot cube of fog. And I would like to
So I'm gonna make this easy on you just this time. You destroy the fog cloud.
Thanks, buddy. So then I have my movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 I get to hear.
Okay. All right, before Gordon's turn. Okay, Gordon's turn.
Can you see him?
Yeah, there's a light bubble. There's a light pebble floating down.
No, I know. Can you see the Grell?
No.
I'm checking this hallway.
How far down is he, Adam?
Glancing with the lit up, you would guess he's somewhere between the 15 to 20 foot mark down.
Get the Grell. I got Belixel. 10, 20, 30. I'm in the water, Adam.
Okay.
I'm going to free action grab Blixel.
That's interact with object, that's grapple, grab Blixel, but yeah.
And then I'm underwater too then, right? Or okay. Oh, I can get up.
You
yeah,
are
let me bring him up.
underwater. Well, you've used your movement to get down though, right? You just said 30 feet.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
down, but obviously you went in, you obviously took a breath of air, so you're not in risk of drowning. You've grabbed upon him. His face is just completely vacant. You can tell he's drowning.
All right, I'm bringing him up.
So I don't think you have any movement left this turn, right?
No, I don't. Okay, yeah. So I'm underwater. I have Blixel in my grasp, basically.
Yep.
And on my next turn, I could bring him up. Is what I'm visualizing.
That sounds exactly right. All right, Serena.
So, because the fog cleared, I saw Gordon go in the water.
You did, yes.
Yeah, and I said, get the Grell. I got Blixel.
And I'm gonna take my potion.
You're taking your sea invisibility potion?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll start running. Or flying.
All right, you fly your 60 feet to there.
And dash. I can't dash, so. I'm gonna say I'm not seeing anything.
All right,
Did
Tabard.
these potions work?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move first. Yeah, I'll do 55 there.
All right, quick check on who all has taken a potion of See Invisibility. I know Serena has. Who else has?
I took
I
one
have.
when I first took off.
All right, just making sure to confirm that. That's what you see, Tabard.
All right. So I'm gonna say he's over here.
All right, you shout he's over here.
Let's see. That is my
You spent
movement.
55 feet of movement so far. You've got 5 feet of movement left, and then an action.
Yeah. So my bonus action, my action. All right, I'm actually going to go ahead and do something silly. I'm going to go ahead and use my key just for movement.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to go up to him and try to hit him twice.
All right, so you bonus action, step of the wind, and then you're moving, and then your action attacking. Okay, I'm with you.
Yes, kill it.
And I'm going to come over here.
Could you say that
And I'm
again,
gonna-
Blixel, in more appropriate terms? Perfect. Right, thank you.
All right, well, I'm not, all right, I'm going to go ahead and Warhammer him, right? So
All right,
we'll
let's see it. The first attack hits. With a glancing blow, he loses concentration and is no longer invisible.
First time ever.
Second attack would hit him, but he wiggles a tentacle and conjures a force barrier to deflect your attack.
Hey, it's something, right? So,
Okay,
Burn his
Blixel,
slots.
you're currently drowning, which means you automatically suffer a failed death save. So just give yourself one failed death save. And then we skip your turn and move to Saline.
All right. Seeing that Gordon has this in hand, now remind me, if I go slowly over the algae, as in treated as difficult terrain, there's no risk of slipping?
Correct.
All right, we're going to do that. So we're going to go 10. Does this space count as 20 or 15?
That'd be 20.
20, 25, 30. And we're just going to dash. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and we get to here.
Adam, can you remind me what the other purple card is? I think we have 2 purples and 2 reds in play, right?
So the purple card that you guys had was advantage on saves. The other one was
First attack.
Advantage on your first attack. Yep. So that one you would no longer have because you just hit on your first attack last time.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have had it already anyway. So thank you.
Yep. Yeah. No worries. All right. This guy's turn. All right. He's gonna finally have to break out his really powerful ability. No, I'm just messing with you guys.
Oh my god.
You basically have
His
seen all of his
anti-dwarf.
tricks at this point. All right. No big surprise here. He is going to conjure a fog cloud. You will lose sight of him here, Tabard. And then he's going to move, but I'm not going to move him for a moment. Gordon, your turn.
All right, and in my turn, diving into the lake, finding Blix at the bottom. I put my arm around him last turn. Now I'm going to kick off the bottom at him and surface both of our heads.
All right, you do just that.
And if that happens and I see he has air, I'm going to shake him free action, and then I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on him. Once he hits the surface, and I can see he gets air.
Okay. Yep. You don't see him take in air because obviously he's unconscious, but he's now able to. So he's at the surface. You hit him with magic, and yep, he is now conscious and breathing.
Hey, bud.
You
Are you done swimming? We got a Grell to kill.
get it? Did you make the grill?
All right, so that was probably you said 15 feet down at him or something.
So I would say again, you're moving at difficult terrain
Yeah.
speeds. You were down 15 to 20, so we'll say that took all your movement to get to the surface.
All right, roger that. That's my movement. That's my action. And I say, they're still in it. Hang in there, bud. I got you. And I'll end my turn.
Okay, Serena.
Okay.
Of course, rage would have ended, right? Because you didn't attack or get hit, so no more rage.
Oh, I see a fog cloud. That must be a good sign.
Give me a minute. I'm saving Blixel.
I yell to Tavern, where's he at?
Heck if I know, I'm in the fog cloud.
I sort of feel like he's fleeing, so I'm going to move forward. Maybe doing like a little bit of a zigzag, just hoping to bump into him.
All right,
Oh, my
and is it
goal
safe
is-
to assume you're at the 10-foot high in the air mark?
Yeah, maybe doing a little like 5 foot up or down, 5 foot up or left or right as I move, trying to spread out my heels.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
My goal is to move through because I feel like he's been running this whole time. So my thought is he might continue to run.
All right, so let's see. I got you at 45 feet there, and if you're also trying to like kind of do, like you said, spread out, that's going to take you a little bit of extra movement. So I'll put you 45 there, but if you're doing the spread out to like hit 2 squares as you move, count each one of those as 10.
I mean, I'll bump into Tavern anyway, right? Because we can't see each other.
I think he's also at the 10-foot mark, so yes.
I say,
Don't hit
"Where is
me!"
he?" I guess. Which direction did he go?
I don't know, but he may be looping around. Go east.
Alright, I'll dash.
Okay.
I can't move because of the floor.
If you want to just point where you're trying to get to, I can scoot you. All right, so you fly over this ledge. Fly again. Now I think you're free to move. So you're at, okay, so you said you dash, and you're at the 10-foot high in the air mark.
Yeah, for these last 15 feet, I'm gonna make that 30, kind of moving around up and down.
Okay, so as you do that, Serena, you bump into something long, big, and like kind of feels tentacly in this space right here at the low point, at like the 5 foot on the air mark.
He's down here next to the ground. Come on, Tavern. And I'm gonna wish there was something I could do.
Sorry, you failed your wish check. All right, Tavern, your turn.
Alright, I'm going to patient defense.
Okay.
Hearing where she's talking about Adam, I'm sure I'll have the same problem.
Yep, so you're trying to move east. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, so I'm going to go like there or something.
I'll move you 10 feet to there, and you should be able to move yourself now. So you've moved 10 feet, 15 feet. And again, are you flying at the 10-foot mark?
Yep, same. Yep.
All right, you pass into open air.
Said he's down here.
Okay, hearing that, so I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15. I'm just gonna do the same thing, Adam, because it's just gonna make sense, right? I'll go lower, of course.
So you're flying down to the 5-foot mark then.
Yep.
All right. So when you do that, you bump into something right there.
All right, I'm gonna swing my hammer a couple times.
All right. So normally this is at disadvantage, but you patient defense, so you're attacking straight up. First one would hit, but you don't see, but you feel a barrier force up here and block your attack. Same with the second one.
That's okay. I made him use them, right?
Unless these are all at will, in which case.
You can't see me right now, but I'm doing the Dr. Evil pinky to the mouth. Blixel, your turn.
Come on,
Okay.
Blixel. Get us to the land.
I can swim over to here.
You can. You pull yourself out into the shore onto some very slick algae.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I'm attached to him. I'm not letting go. If he's swimming, I'm going with him.
I'll give you that if you let me think how this would normally move. You'd move at half speed, so you'd be moving at a quarter speed if you're okay with that.
It's up to you, Blixel. But if you want to drag me there.
I don't think I'd even get there at a quarter speed.
Right. So this would be, let's see, that'd be 20 feet to get there. And then, yeah, you'd have to dash 40, 60 if you do that.
It's okay. And if you'll fight me, I'll let you go.
Yeah, I go, thank you, but I gotta
No
get
worries.
out of this water.
Yeah, get out of the water, bud. You're doing great.
So call it 25 to pull yourself up on shore there, Blixel, into the slick algae.
Okay. And he will dash,
Okay.
but I'll do I'll move carefully over this because I don't want to fall in the algae.
I'm glad
so
you said that.
35 to get to there, right?
Yep. Yes, that is correct. Yep, 35 there.
Are we gonna instant go to level 9 once this guy dies? I'm just saying.
He'll get to there. And I guess as a bonus action, he will inspire. That's Celine in front of him, right?
That is saline, yeah.
So he will inspire Celine. You're the best spell slinger I know.
We'll see about that. We know a girl that's pretty good at it.
He's about to be this former best. And that's the end of his turn.
Okay, it is your turn, Saline.
We're going. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Ooh, boy. I don't think you're going to give it to me twice. But...
Not from that angle. Like, if you can see the center of it, I'll give it to you. But, yeah, you can on this one.
Yeah. So we're just going to dash and hope for the best. So 5, 10, 15, 20. I don't see my friends over here, so I'm gonna guess that they went into the fog, so I'm just gonna post up here and wait for the team to regroup. Because I don't have a useful bonus action here.
All right, before Gordon's turn. He actually does have another trick.
Uh-oh.
It's not a really good one, though. Okay.
Surrender, huh?
Serena, all of you guys actually feel that sort of strange hair on the back of your neck kick up. And Serena, I'll need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Do you have your advantage on this one, Serena?
I'm gonna guess she doesn't need it.
Yes, you indeed succeed. I will say both of you can feel the creature move.
Can we tell him what direction?
Does that invoke an opportunity attack?
not because I think yours opportunity attacks in general you have to be able to see them. So what I will say is you feel it shift to your northwest is the best I can give you. Gordon, your turn.
All right, 10, 20. I do a little flip kick with my feet to get up onto the surface. 25. Maybe one more step. 30. Catch my breath. Go to Sarah. Come on, Sarah. Give us what we need. There's a chance. We got this. With my action, I'll do Hand of Destiny.
All right, now remember, this only affects an area within 30 feet of you. So this will affect you and Blixel.
Yeah, it's something I can do with my... I thought maybe it might affect the whole thing, so I went for it.
Fair enough. All right, Serena's turn. Oh, do we still have Serena?
Oh, yep. I'm gonna fly out. Oh.
You exit the
And
fog cloud.
with my potion, can I see anything?
Yeah, you see what you see on the map.
Oh my god. Then I'm gonna move back to here and go straight up.
Okay.
And if I feel anything, and
So I'm going to put you at about 40 feet of movement so far, and no, you can tell the creature is not in this space, anywhere in any height.
Tavern, we lost him again. I'm gonna step back out of here just to make extra sure. But it's not looking good.
It's probably still in the fog.
I'm just gonna dash and use that to kind of zigzag back and forth through the fog.
Do you want to point in like a rough area?
Yeah, so just kind of going back and forth this way.
All right, so I'm going to say use 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, hitting all those squares within 2 square range. You don't run into the creature. So that's move and action.
Again.
All right, Tavern.
All right, Adam, I'm going to go ahead and, well, may as well patient defense again. Hoping that my folks are getting here soon, but, and you said that that I felt it going somewhat to the northwest. So, Adam, I'm going to be, you can, I'll let you use your discretion, I guess, but I'm going to go, because some of this here is the wall and everything, right?
So,
so I'm going in, you know, this northwestern area here, up and low kind of thing. So that's going to be a lot of movement, if that makes sense.
So you're going to do like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, like that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to fly zigzaggy, whatever I, may be able to feel it.
I'm giving you 10-foot reach in all of those squares, essentially is what I'm doing. And in that movement, you did not run into the creature.
All right. Okay, well then I am going to hold my action that if I feel the creature near, within reach, or if I see it, then I will swing with my hammer. That'll be my action.
Okay, so Ready's actions have to be very precise. So you just gave like a 2-stage kind of thing. So what is your specific trigger?
If I feel the creature's tentacles around me, I'll take a swing.
Okay, so essentially, if the creature moves into you, that's what would cause this to trigger.
Yeah, if you tell me, hey, Bill, you feel them, then that's what'll trigger me. Then.
All right, I'm with you. Okay, Blixel, your turn.
Okay. Blixel is going to keep running. And he'll get to here. And shot in the dark, he will try to cast Dissonant Whispers at.
All right, spell effect roll. A creature succeeds on the save, but yeah, you are close enough to hit it. So
Alright,
let's
so
see,
I'll
that is
take
going to be
half of
8.
17.
It will fail its concentration check.
Okay, no more fog cloud. And that's
Where is
the
it
end.
though?
Yeah,
I don't
sorry,
know.
I'm dealing with multiple layers here.
Yep.
Hopefully it's in there.
All right, we found it.
Alright, and that's the end of my turn, as I don't really have a bonus action to use.
All right, Saline.
Okay, how high up is it?
It is currently at the very top, all the way up the ceiling, 20 feet.
Okay, which means it is out of range of me. How high are my friends flying?
I've got Serena at 10 feet. Yeah, we'll assume Tavern's at the 10-foot mark as well.
Do we go for it, boys?
Kill it!
Send it.
All right.
Send it!
This is the best opportunity we're gonna get. So it's 20 feet up, so I'm out of reach, so I'm gonna back up a bit. So that when it comes down, it's not in reach of me. And then we're going to cast this Earthbind spell. We're going to cast the Earthbind spell when my character sheet loads. I'm so sorry.
No, things have definitely been slower tonight, I've noticed.
Yeah. So here we go. And I am willing to spend inspiration, hero point. Well, I can't spend a hero point, right? We established that?
Correct.
Yeah. So I will spend a inspiration if necessary. But we're going to try to
All
bring
right.
this guy down.
So for starters, you cast Earthbind with this concentration, so both
Yep, I know.
Serena and Tavern fall. Both of you guys just roll a d6, apply that to yourselves. You're both going to take 1d6 bludgeoning damage. And then
The bard doesn't need to because of slow fall, but
yeah, there you go. And then Serena, you will also fall prone. All right, go ahead and continue, Celine.
Big money spell effect roll. That's a big money.
Yeah.
All right, the yellow strips of magical energy do indeed loop around him.
And then we're going to pop around the corner. No, we're not going to do that because I might need to keep sight range on him. So we're just going to back up a little more to here. This ridge is going up, right?
No, that is going down.
Ooh.
So like Tavern's at a lower elevation than the creature right now.
Okay, well he's in the way though, so creature is restrained and falling to the ground. How long does it take to fall? I can read my spell. I promise.
60 feet per round. So I would say by the end of the round, it's going to fall 60 feet to the ground.
Okay. And it has no fly speed, so yeah, he can't really go in a direction, so he's gonna go straight down. And then if he has like a walk speed, he can do that, but that's all he's got.
Okay, so what he's going to do is descend slowly to the ground. Yeah, so he's going to move to here. Tavern, you've readied an action, which you have to use your reaction to do that. But he is stepping away from you, so if you wish to opportunity attack, you could.
Yep, gonna do it.
Okay. Let's see, 16 normally would hit, but you see this barrier appears and you don't hit.
By reaction counterspell.
All right, go ahead and burn that.
Actually, no. I'll let it go.
Oh, Adam, actually, I was also. Wait a second. You don't need. I was patient defense, so I would have advantage on all my attacks.
Even on opportunity attacks?
Yeah, it just says all attacks.
Okay, then yeah, I'll double check that real quick as you roll a crit.
Yep, I'm trying to look at. Monks get a lot of stuff, but it's a lot of reading, you know.
Let's see, while under the effects of patient defense, you have advantage on attack rolls. So yeah, you're still under the effect. I think that lasts until the start of your next turn, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah,
So
that'll work.
That would
May I
be
take back my
that's a
counterspell?
crit.
Yeah, I already assumed you took it back.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see, twice as much damage. So post that damage. This will be like a true crit. All right, and which direction would you like to push it up to 15 feet max?
I'm actually going to move him over to here.
Like that?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure my other buddies are able to get into range if they're not. I don't know where they are. So.
Okay, so that's force movement. That doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. He has moved 5 feet so far. Shockingly, he doesn't have a great land move, but he does have at least 10 feet of movement. He will move to there, and then Celine, he's going to fire 2 lightning rays at you. I'll need 2 defense rolls.
What the heck?
I will use a portent roll to give myself a 17 plus a bunch.
Okay, that'll
for
miss.
the first one. And then I'll roll a defensive roll for you. I will.
I blessed you.
Bless
But that
doesn't do
doesn't-
anything on
yeah,
defense
yeah.
rolls, though. Can I inspiration?
You can inspiration this, yeah.
I will inspiration this. I will inspiration this when my page loads. That is not good enough.
It is not. So you will eat a lightning ray.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that'll be 7 points of lightning damage, and you can't use reactions until the start of this creature's next turn. Or, I'm sorry, start of your next turn.
That's fine.
That is its turn. Gordon.
10, going carefully. 15, 20, 25, 30 puts me there. I'm going to dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
All right, Serena.
Kill his ass.
Sorry. There we go.
So remember, stand up from prone is half your speed.
Stand up. You can't move. Can't move myself.
Oh, really? Let me put you there. Try and move now.
Probably stuck in the wall or something.
Okay, so I got enough to get up to him.
Okay.
And I'm no longer raging, right?
Correct.
I can reckless attack even when I'm not raging?
You can.
Great. Let's do it.
Okay, you attack recklessly. Yeah, the first attack will hit. Wounding the creature very badly.
You guys got this.
Kill it.
Extra.
That one will miss as a barrier of force suddenly appears.
Even with the 20?
Yes.
Damn.
Can I reaction counterspell?
You can't use your reaction.
Oh, I don't
Right.
have a reaction. Fuck. Yeah, you're right.
But Pam hits.
All right.
6 damage. It is still alive.
Ah!
Oh no.
Get it, Tavert.
I throw myself onto it.
Body check it. Oh,
Billy Tavert. It stole your warhammer.
Tavern, it's your turn.
They killed the.
Did you see my warhammer? All right, I'm gonna patient defense this thing because it's already done the shield thing or whatever.
All right, yeah, go ahead and do it.
I have no key left, people.
It's
But-
okay. We're resting after this. We
Let's
win.
see.
We win this game. 100%. There you go.
Critical
Another-
hit.
I want
Well-
to see it.
Folks, it has 2 HP left. You have
Doesn't matter. I
killed
want to see it.
Yeah, that's a big one. All right, everybody, take a deep breath. You have finally defeated this opponent. And just to kind of like, throw this out there, this is a CR5 creature. So I know that the balance on these guys aren't always perfect, but wow, that was a long endeavor. But you guys have defeated the creature. He is gone, and he is never coming back.
Adam,
Oh my god.
Adam, I'm grabbing a dart and I'm poking it in the heart with the darts.
Yes, it is dead. It was not a scion, but it was totally dead. What I will
No,
say is,
funny.
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's funny. CRs. I mean, it's all great, but I mean, wow, I mean, those spells are just great when you get those combined.
Yes, and I will throw out there, it had at will Mage Armor, Fog Cloud, and Shield, so none of those burnt slots. The only thing that burnt slot was when it cast Invisibility, or it just tried Charm Person and that failed, and then there was another spell it never bothered using. But yeah, unlimited Fog Clouds and Shield, so that's pretty big. But yeah, we're way over time here, guys. I appreciate everybody hanging out, so we could certainly wrap this up. Quick check-in. What is your intention, guys? You're going to get the mine operation up and going, of course, but assuming nothing goes wrong, are you guys heading back to the city and then passing time to council session, or something else?
Is this lizard folk territory right here?
It is, yeah. And I will let you guys know that eventually you're going to see them pop up from underneath the water. The creature
That is
had
what I
come in
wanted to know.
here. Yeah, so the creature had come in here and started trying to harry them, and they basically all dived under the water and stayed under the water and, could see it because the fog couldn't get in the water, so they avoided it to the best of their ability.
So I would say I'd like to cultivate what we did again for them a bit in the beginning of next session. Try to roleplay that a little bit.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Conversation with lizard folk.
Yeah.
Tell them
I-
next time they can bring Blixel up.
Yeah, they could have at least lifeguarded me, but I think the goal is to just set up the mine and then never come back to this place ever again.
I
I'm
am the
fucking
lifeguard.
satisfied.
I got you guys.
Okay.
If we have time before the next council session, I would love to. How long? Like, what was the status with our family?
So you guys had sent a sending spell to Tegan, and she had explained that they were almost to Belvedere, which is the capital city of Moriad, and so they expected to be safe relatively soon. So probably based on how much time has passed since then, they should be there by now.
Is that a place that we could visit and be back in time, or is it too far?
It's probably too far for that. I can throw you over on the map just real quick. So Belvedere is in Moriad, but you'll notice that it's south, a little bit more south Moriad. So from where you guys are at now down to this way, about 100 miles or so. And of course, you can't just pass through the mountains, so you're kind of doing one of these dealios, something like this. So 150 miles, give or take.
Okay. Then maybe I'll just be writing a letter. I would want to discuss if we would want to bring them back to the castle or what.
Okay, sure. Yep, makes sense. But I guess just from trying to plan big picture, it sounds like, we've had a lot of adventure sessions in a row, of course. We know that our petitioner stuff's going to be much briefer than it used to be, but more like domain action kind of stuff. So is it fair to say we'll do a plan for next session to be a brief petitioner session with a domain action? Depending on if you guys have anything specific, we might skip a month or so, get in your last domain action, that kind of thing. Is there anything else specific anyone's wanting to do?
Nothing specific, but that makes sense to me, Adam.
All right, that is what I'm going to plan for. If you think of something, remember, a lot of this is like you guys, what you're choosing to go after, like what your goals are. So feel free to shoot things my way. And if you have already sent some things and you haven't seen anything about it come up yet, feel free to shoot to me again. A lot of pieces up in the air that I'm juggling. I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. So yeah, shoot me a message and we'll make sure to highlight some of that stuff. But other than that, we will plan for next session to be some RP with the lizard folk, maybe some communications down to Moriad, and then more probably passing some time, petitioner sessions, and domain action. So great session, everybody. Yep, everybody can pat themselves on the back. The creature is finally dead. I hope you guys all enjoyed this. We'll see everybody next week.
Only took us 4 tries. See you
Right.
next week, guys.
Have a great New Year's, folks.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Later.
All right. Later, guys. Everybody pick up Fog Cloud Invisibility. We'll just use that combo now.